What is up, everyone? Welcome to the stream. I'm Braethorn. How are you doing? I'm pretty good myself. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Good evening, everyone. We are back. This is going to be our last stream until the 16th because CES 2024. Can I do that? Can you go soft on the first 20 and then go hard on the second 20? Anyway, 2024 CES Las Vegas is coming up next week. I'm flying out on Sunday. So yeah, that's going to change things just a little bit when it comes to content, streaming, all that. I've never tried this when having Cuddles with me on a trip where he's doing cameraman duties. I've never had him also do editing duties and then I go in and do a little bit of editing, stuff like that. We've never tried that. But we might be trying to get some CES content out while we're there, just like the big channels do. So let's see how that goes. So let's say hi to everybody here. Who we got? So Craig Lilly says, hi, Braethorn, finally caught a stream and then joined the Swarmies. Thank you for getting that YouTube membership. I appreciate that. You know, I was at first doubtful as to whether I should even have those, but if I recall correctly, it was like the only way to have emotes, like the emotes on the Twitch channel. So I was like, okay, I guess I'll do that. And then people started joining it. So that's really cool of you. Thank you for that. Also, Ruru2M is here, says soon, trademark. Jalen says, yes, finally in here. Welcome in. This is all in the YouTube chat. Let's look at the Twitch chat because this is on both Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to show some support in a way that costs you nothing, if you're on a device that will allow you to do so, laptop, PC, if you wouldn't mind opening the stream on both and just muting the one that you're not watching at that time, that'd be cool. I would appreciate that. Although if it's Twitch, you would need to mute the tab in Chrome. Like you right click on the tab and then mute site. That way it counts your view. Whatever. Anyway, people watching on Twitch are more up to date. There's a little bit of lag with YouTube, but in YouTube you get to watch in 4K. So if you're trying to read small text, things like that, it can help. Let's check out the Twitch chat. What's up, Dallas214? They said what's up, and I also said what's up. Neat. How's it going? Tommy Oblivious, welcome. Look at you. You are at 2-month subscriber. Look at that. You got power and wisdom. See if you can get that courage. They get the Triforce. It's the sub badges, the pieces of the Triforce. Okay. Pepsi Queen 92. OMG, my friend decided to build his PC. He didn't watch any videos I sent him. Installed the CPU upside down and bent some pins on his new Ryzen. I think you mean that's a horror story right there. Oh. How do you even do that? There's instructions everywhere in the motherboard instructions. You can find those. It just a 5-minute video would have saved hundreds of dollars. Oh well. Poppy Seed says, woo, finally caught a stream early. Nice. Yeah, I started up right at 8. I finally caught a stream early. Good Lord. Coggle, what's up? Hey, Natal Official. Hey, what's up, Braethorn? How are you? I'm doing great. I am actually stressing out like crazy, like I always do before a trip, because I always overpack and I try not to overpack. But what if I don't overpack? I have that whole separate kind of anxiety. Like, what if I don't have something that when I need it? So I ease that anxiety by overpacking, which stresses me out. And that's why it's more of a mess behind me than usual, because I've been just digging through everything and trying to. Okay, anyway, whatever. But other than that, I'm good. Great. You guys, man, that raid on Tuesday from Robitech. Guys, if you're not already following Robitech, Justin's one of the coolest dudes ever. You need to be following his channel, especially if you're interested in building PCs, but he also reviews pre-builds too. And cases and stuff. He's awesome. We get to hang out in Vegas, man. It's gonna be awesome. Can't wait. I said awesome too many times. That's not awesome. Christos Leet, what's up? Hello, Vegas has nice, cool weather out here at the moment. Sweet. I was wondering what to pack, so that's helpful information. Thank you. I do remember last time it was nice and cool, though, last January, last year. MATCHMAKER says, Braithorn, am I crazy? I got a Steam Deck, an OLED, and only played it for an hour before asking for a return. I don't know if that's crazy per se. I mean, if you didn't like it, one thing is ergonomics are a very big deal. So if it didn't feel good in the hand for you, you should not keep it. That's like the whole point of a handheld, right? I feel like basically I have something for my Switch that makes it like the size of a Steam Deck. And it's also really cool. It actually has, you know, haptic feedback and motion controls. I really like it. This is from Nexigo. Also, it's purple nebula stuff, so that always gets me every time. You guys ever want to know what kind of aesthetic I like? Purple nebula or vaporwave? That gets me. Anyways, I don't know. Up to you whether it's crazy or not. It's a thing you did. It's not an inherently crazy thing. Yes, Rutu. Hello. Oh, you're on both. Thank you for being on both channels. You're cool. I like you. You're cool. Well done. Cogs242 says, end with YouTube. You can pause the stream. Indeed, you can. Also, retweet on Twitter. That's right. I did post a tweet. I mean, you guys could retweet that. I mean, I don't know if you want to, I guess. Uber Primus, thank you for the Prime sub. Wow. Username checks out. Very nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Swarm. If you're not already part of the Discord, you should join the Discord. OMG, I saw it was during Christmas week. Oh, that breaks my heart, Pepsi Queen. Why are you breaking my heart so early in the stream? Y'all are supposed to wait until like midway through the stream to break my heart by not picking the color of your PC or something. Hello, Braithorn. Looking forward to all the new you tell us about at CES. I already have a little bit of prior knowledge of some of the things going on over there, but there's nothing like seeing it in person. That's just a fact. Nobody's open to perform CPR on it. And yes, Ryzen. Well, I mean, if it's bent pins, so I'm guessing it was like Zen 3, like a PGA, right? Where the pins are on the CPU. That's a little easier to fix than, I mean, I wouldn't recommend trying to fix LGA pins on a motherboard. That's just like, that is extreme, right? But the pins on a Ryzen CPU, I mean, they can be fixed and like you can like straighten it, reflow it a bit, and yeah, but that's like a whole day, and you need the proper tools. So what's CES? Can you explain it to me? Yes, this is a consumer electronics show, and as vague as that sounds, it's just that broad. It just covers every aspect of new consumer electronics coming out in 2024. So even some that are coming out in 2025, even very, very, very ahead of the game, kind of sneak peeks of stuff. And just to give you an idea, if you saw something cool come out last year, like mid-year, late in the year, it was at CES in January. So for a content creator, it can be really cool because you see cool stuff coming up in your sort of niche, and you can talk to the people doing that stuff and then potentially work with them as things are released for review and things like that. It can be very, very cool. Oh, why does this all collapsed? I didn't do that. I'm just looking at the spreadsheet here. So, by the way, hold on just a second. Let me get this right. Whoa. What happened? Looks like a lot was happening on... Yep, the ergonomics, it felt too wide. See, I like that personally, but, you know. Fizan, howdy to you. Mix it up with awesomeness, says Donut Farmer. I was way behind on chat. I guess I'd scrolled up a bit, and then it just stopped showing me stuff. Lilster, oh my god. Oh my god. What is up? Wait, what? Of course I remember you. I wasn't looking at chat. Hi. Okay, hang on. Let me look up the thing I was looking up here. Okay. All right, cool. But hold on. Something ain't right here. Give me a second. Okay, just to let you guys know, we have an OG among us. All right, there we go. Like my streams when I first started, where I was like playing GTA 5, GTA Online to like 5 people, 5 viewers. It's Lilster was one of those viewers and part of the little community that I was part of that sort of encouraged me to start streaming. I'm here because of that community, which Lilster was a part of. So of course, I was wondering why the heck you didn't have VIP. Did you change your name? That might have done it. But we're going to see a lot of it of all-in-one PC monitor with Ryzen APU. Rurutu, that may be something that AMD is pushing, but here's the thing. I mean, if you look at it, they announced their last January was when they announced the 3D VCast chips. That was a big deal. And on the 8th, which is the day 0, the day before CES, Nvidia is announcing their new GPUs. I mean, there's a ton of PC tech going on there. AMD makes a strong showing, Intel will make a strong showing. A lot of SIs are showing up there, whether they're exhibiting there or not, they'll be there. And I get to chat with them, meet some of them in person for the first time. I'm super, super excited because Kelt Reeves of Falcon Northwest is going to be there. And I figure I thought he was done with events, but nope, he's going to be there. So I get to meet him. And that's like teenage me going nuts thinking about that, because I liked Falcon Northwest when I was a teenager, looking at PC magazines in the bookstore when I couldn't afford them. CES equals Nerdvana, says D Steves. What's up, D Steves? How's it going? Oh, also Kupo Catnip. Hello. Big Chillers 1. Please build a PC from parts from Wish. I'm pretty sure Big Chillers, that video has been done to death. There are a lot that do that. Hayden Allen Official, Braithorn, you're so funny. I'm working my way back up. Thank you. You are. CES is normie tech. Computex is more nerd stuff. I would say actually there's some very niche nerd things happening at CES, but also in the booth next to it is like vacuums, like vacuum cleaners, like the ones that you clean with using vacuum. Yeah. So it's all kinds of stuff. But there are more niche events, like if you're into video production and things like that, then you would go to NAB. If you just want to see all that. Oh, hold on, there's a little something on my camera lens there. Use the Jane hat to get it off of there. Here we go. There's like a little cat fluff, little cat hair. Okay. And if you want to see PC technology, semiconductor processors, things like that, I mean, silicon, yeah, Computex. And that's the dream. That's like the ultimate goal for this year, is to make a pilgrimage to Computex with Cuddles and tour places and meet people and see things and eat good, like actual Taiwanese food in Taiwan. And maybe it's been so long. Those streams are so fun. They were so fun. And guys, if you ever want to see my old stream, like highlights, go to the earliest videos in the channel to see stream highlights from back when I had maybe 15 viewers. It was really fun. Would love to go to CES, but Las Vegas is too far from me. It's also very expensive and very annoying. Like I mean, I don't like being a tourist in Vegas. I don't like visiting Vegas. I mean, it's just it's not my favorite. Can anyone go to CES? It's industry only. It is industry only. You have to, like, if I wasn't getting at least 40,000 views a month for my YouTube channel, that would not count as a way of certifying that I'm in the industry. Thankfully, it was a good month last month, so we were well above that, but still. Real boba at Computex. Yes, please. Ah. Would you guys say brown sugar milk tea is a traditional, like, boba tea? Like, is that, or is that like, because, you know, pizza here is not like Italian pizza. Like, is that Americanized? I don't know, but I love it. That mean, okay, I've been missing a lot in the YouTube chat. I got to look at the YouTube chat. Now, DC says press, but also industry people as well. But yeah. Okay. Celtech, what's up? Steltech is back. You're back too. I'm also back. Craig Lilly is a joining fool. That's not foolish. It's very wise. I am cloned myself in your stream, says Ru2M. Yes. I think it was around number 20. I forgot. I don't know. I need to look at the list. But Heavy Hitter, what's up? Hell, I ordered a 7800X 3D yesterday, and now I'm reading that it runs hot. I mean, it depends. If all you're doing is gaming, it's the CPU to go with. And it doesn't run hot per se because it's thermally limited. That's probably what you're hearing. It can't run too hot. The maximum temperature is lower than a non-3D V-cache chip because of the thermal limitation of the stacked V-cache. So, you know, it's not going to run too hot. It'll just lower frequencies. You just need to make sure you have a good cooling solution. So no, it doesn't run. It's not like a you know, an i9 where it's just gonna hit 100 degrees unless you have a really powerful cooling solution and tons of airflow. Okay. He's back. I got likes for the help you provide. Well, thank you. And guys over in the YouTube stream, like, I hate to like ask too much, and this is the second time I'm doing this move right here, but if you would like the stream, because it can take time for a stream to get attention on YouTube, and I want to help as many people as possible, and like that would make me really happy if you would just like the stream. And if you know someone who's looking for a pre-built PC or just wants to learn more about it, share the stream, share a link, go crazy. All right, William Reeves, what's up? Mandalorian. I built my PC during the middle of COVID, but I still tune in on occasion to see what's going on in the PC space. Keep it up. You're way from back then. That's when this all like started, man. And it was because of the pandemic. So, yeah. I think it may have been an Asus Mobo issue. I could be wrong. I mean, there's that, but that's fixed anyway. But Gamers Next is covered extensively, and we're not polite to Asus. We're not polite to Asus. Asus was being dodgy. Okay, Asus is the kind of company that will sometimes just be very dodgy about stuff like that, and then they'll fix stuff. That happens, and that's okay, but like, you know, just don't be dodgy. But they were passing blame along. They were trying to pass the blame over to AMD when the same thing was not happening on other motherboards. And it's like, process of elimination, my friend. Yeah. I'll send a DM to Cuddles for cheap but high-class places to stay in town. And I'll take also for some good food. That would actually be really helpful because our Airbnb canceled on us. Canceled my reservation that I'd had for a while. They suddenly canceled it. So I'm flying out on Sunday. So yeah, please do. 7800 XT or 4070? I don't know. I don't know what you need in particular. So I can't answer that for you and actually be honest and make an honest recommendation. There are nuances to that question. Okay, big fan just submitted a Google Doc. Nice, Midoriya. Awesome. I like your name too. I honestly, I'm behind on it, but there was a time where I was pretty into BNHA. I was because there was nothing really like it at the time. It's pretty sick. And there's a song in this playlist that is inspired by that IP and the music in it, and it is called Plus Ultra. So there's no doubt about it being inspired by. So okay, cool. Yes, 8 cores, 16 threads, 4 Zen cores. Zen 4 is what you probably mean. Zen 4 architecture. So it's just 8 cores. There's not an additional 4 cores. It's not hybrid architecture like Intel. It is strictly just 8 cores, 16 threads. It is not overclockable. You can use Precision Boost Overdrive, PBO, but you can't overclock it like most Ryzen CPUs. No 3D V-cache chips are unlocked for overclocking because of the thermal sensitivity that they have. We live, Steve? We are live. Is that enough proof for you? Did you think this was a rerun? Do you think those would be helpful if I ran reruns while I'm out, while I'm away? I don't think it'd be that helpful. Okay, so like nobody watched. Okay, someone's gonna say I watched it and I appreciate you, but very few people watched the video I posted yesterday because I posted it at like 10:30 p.m. and YouTube says that doesn't affect long-term views. Well, it affects views right now, and that video is like the least watched video in this time period out of the last 10. But because it doesn't have a PC in the thumbnail and my audio, well, the audio had nothing to do with it. It probably doesn't have a very good thumbnail and title. I probably need to repackage it, but whatever. But I talked about what's actually coming out of this, what we're doing here, what I'm doing differently from before, and how it's going to make a very powerful tool for me to make better content, more helpful content, and for you guys to help yourselves directly from it. Well, I wanted to, what's this? Oh, okay, there's just a notification. I wanted to give a shout out, and I think they're here too. Yes, Cogs. I want to give a shout out to Cogs, because Cogs has been going in to our spreadsheet and has been hunting down all of the timestamps from when I start helping out a certain person so you can go, if you're like, oh, I have the same budget, I'm using it for the same thing, what did they recommend? And then you can click the link in the spreadsheet and watch my process as I go through the recommendation. Cogs has been going in and volunteered to do that. So shout out to you. Thank you very much, because it's time consuming and I appreciate you so much for doing that. I fell behind on the Twitch chat again. Twitch chat is going a little crazy. Oh no, I scrolled back up. Never mind, that was me. Christos Elite Headbangers Con in Seattle. Interesting. I always thought that not very friendly applies to peoples, not companies. Well, companies by definition are not friendly. They exist for the purposes of perpetuating late stage capitalism. So that's not really a friendly thing. It's a function thing. Especially publicly traded companies that are beholden to their shareholders to make them profits. And that's not, I'm not even that's not complaining. That's just the way that works. But they can be better at responding to issues, take accountability. Even if it's not certain that it's their fault, it should be like, you know what? We don't know yet. Let's go in and look. If it is our fault, we'll handle it. Like that's something they need to work on. Whoever's in charge of that public facing side of it, they need to work on that. How will you do builds if someone wasn't here when you got to them? I just skip them. And they stay in the spreadsheet, so if they come back later, then we can help them out then. I gotta be honest, 5 of 40 watching liked. What? Okay, Stealth Tech, it's okay. There's no pressure, guys. I know it's a lot of work to go and press that little thumbs up button. I know, or the heart. It's a heart. Is it a thumbs up or a heart? I don't know. I'm sorry. Whatever. It's really hard to do. I don't want to put pressure you guys to do extra work or anything. No, don't worry. It's okay. I don't mind. It's okay, guys. Anyway, but thank you for pressuring them in my place, because I don't usually like to do that. It's better I switch to 4K mode. Wait, what happened to your messages? The HAF 700, is that the giant one? Yeah. No, okay, so it's not the one with the glass. Or it's not, you don't mean the Evo, right? Do you mean just the HAF 700? Or do you mean the HAF 700 Evo? Oh, there's an ad break happening right now. Okay. The revolution will be hyperlinked is my... Okay, I gotta wait till... You know what? Hold on. I'm doing this. You can't tell me Cogs did not deserve that. After volunteering their own time to help you guys out and help me out. So there you go. It's not much, but there you go. I gifted Cogs a sub on Twitch if you were wondering what that is. What I was talking about. Okay, so I'm actually blocking my monitor a little bit. There we go. Look at you. Look at that. 4 months. You got that 3-month badge, that power, wisdom, and courage. That's not Microsoft's motto. It's our customers are our beta testers. I mean, also many major game studios. That's their mottos too. Customer's king. Something learned once. Twitch is fun when it comes to finding live streams. That's right. Their discoverability on... Well, okay. Discoverability is not great for Twitch. It's getting better. Discoverability of videos on YouTube is very good, but discoverability of streams is not good, that good on either, but it's a little better on Twitch. If I look up PC building, I get 3 streams, of which exactly 1 is PC building. I'm sure there's more out there because I get a ton of PC building recordings. This is Big Linter, by the way. I am responding to you, Big Linter. On YouTube, on the other hand, I tend to watch recordings, aka tubes, because YouTube all the time. On Twitch, it's a real turn down. The whole point of Twitch is that live interaction. That's why I'm not too concerned with like VODs and clips. Well, clips are good, but I don't really do them. Guys, if I say anything funny or do anything cool, can you clip it on Twitch, please? I'm all asking now because Cogs has spoiled me. Now I'm asking you guys to do all the work. Lilster says facts. Probably talking about me rewarding Cogs with that sub. Yeah, Cogs, if you refresh the stream, the next time ads come up, you won't get one. But you've been subscribed for four now it's 4 months, so you already know that. Okay, Bandit Twins, you already answered your own question. It's cheaper and it's faster rasterized graphics, so you don't need me. You already know. Unless you're streaming. Because if you're streaming on Twitch, if you're going to stream on YouTube, either one's fine. If you're going to stream on Twitch, go Nvidia. Braithorn, how dare you? I don't know how to clip. It's a little thing that looks like the slate marker for filming, I think. I don't know. Sorry, I was AFK for the last 15 minutes. I just scheduled an appointment. Oh, wow. Okay. Poppy, I'm sorry to hear that you suffer of those, but I'm glad that you're doing something about it. Is that Senku on your shirt? You better believe it is. So underrated. So underrated. Oh. Get excited. And yes, I do watch the dub. That argument is not as valid as it used to be because there's some very, very good dubs out there. And you can't tell me, even way back when, that the dub for Yu Yu Hakusho wasn't amazing. There are some excellent dubs out there, and this one I find to be pretty good. Can you recommend me a new vape build? No, I don't really encourage others to vape, even though I do it myself. It's a bad habit, and I wish I could just kick it, but it's really my only vice. So like, I'm like, it's okay. I almost never drink. Not that I'm against it. It's just like, I just don't really feel compelled to. I don't do any drugs. I don't do anything like that. And I'm not that I judge other people that, you know, do the more harmless of them. Well, there's really only one that's harmless, but anyways, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Sorry, mate. I kind of shill a bit for channels that are super helpful. Well, thank you. I appreciate viewers and chatters that are super helpful themselves. Deesties, you didn't answer my question about the half 700, but yeah, there's like 40 of you, like anyone. Okay. Bro, the number of folks that have used your channel to get major upgrades for their price point is crazy. Here's a fun fact, and I'm gonna check this right now. Like, what am I at now? We're 9 subscribers away. All right, I'm gonna go to this. Hold on. This is separate from what I was actually gonna talk about. Okay. I just want to point this out real quick. We're 9 subscribers away from 32,000. If you're watching on Twitch, know that my main content is on YouTube. And if you need help finding a pre-built PC, or you want to familiarize yourself with that because maybe in a few months you're going to be getting one, you're spending hundreds or potentially thousands of dollars on an investment, my whole thing is to help with that. And here's the thing. That is not all you're going to get from my channel, because this year is the year that I launched the series Pre-Built Rebuilt. So if you, even after you get your pre-built, if you want to make it better in small ways or large, it's going to be the place to be. Look at that. We got 2 already. Thank you so much. Here, let's just do that right there. Big number, get bigger. That's life, right? That's the whole point of living, for a big number to get bigger. Which is the best? Which is best for streaming on TikTok? Your phone? When is the UU green build? That would be sick. Honestly, Ruru, here's what I'm wondering. Asus has come out with, first off, they came out with EVA Unit 1 a couple of years ago, the purple and green. Everything, case, motherboard, GPU, cooler, all of that. And then late last year, they came out with EVA Unit 2 with the red and the black. I love white builds. Like, that's my... Who just unsubscribed? Who did that? Who did... Okay, that's okay. It's your prerogative. Anyway, EVA Unit 0. I'm going to go over to the Asus suite at CES, and I'm just going to, like, harass JJ until he tells me when they're coming out with the Unit 0 setup. That, like, I haven't been part of any of those. I want to be part of that one, okay? PC Builder on YouTube is also great. He's like Bray's self-built counterpart. I get a lot of viewers. A lot of my viewers are his viewers as well. Oh, snap. Are we doing this on stream? We're doing this on stream, I guess. But YouTube will tell me where my viewers come from or what they also watch, and PC Builder is a big one of those. I'd like to thank you for your show. You've educated me on PCs enough to not get ripped off. Good. I bought my Skytech computer because of one of your shows. Thank you. And thank you for calling it a show. Because, like, that's how I treat it. That's why they're like 30 minutes long. I grew up watching 30-minute long shows. It's no big deal to me. Get an attention span, guys. MUTech, thank you for subscribing. I already subscribed to you on YouTube, I think, like a year ago. Sweet. So besides a metal musician, guess what job I have? Being an awesome chatter in my stream. What's up, Nudity? How's it going? Bigger bar, better. The Evo. The Evo is a niche case. It's very gigantic and heavy. If you don't need it, you shouldn't get it. Or if you don't really, really want it, you shouldn't get it. It costs a lot, and that money could go towards your PC parts. So that's my 2 cents on that. And you'll need a lot more than 2 cents to buy it because it is very pricey. But also consider the logistics, the reality of having a massively heavy PC. Like, that's a real thing. You need to have a desk that is strong enough to carry it, to hold it up. Like, if you get a sit-stand desk, and it's a cheap one, it could legitimately be a problem. Oh, stop teasing me, guys. It's messed up. Brother, most characters that were dubbed, also a woman doing the voices. Yeah, that's amazing, right? Like, that is so impressive. But, like, that also was more of a back then kind of thing. Some of the most prominent voice actors now that are doing those, that are actually famous in their own right, did start around that time too. But there were certain shows where, yeah, they had a limited budget for the localization and the dub, so they did what they had to do. And the like that kind of range is really, really cool. Opinion on Newegg open boxes. I don't trust Newegg closed boxes. What does that tell you about my opinion of their open boxes? And it's not the PCs themselves, it's Newegg. Oh my God, what? Ah! Come on, hit that button, man. We can't move on until, how would I move on from this? That would be just irresponsible of me. And the link is in the panels for those on the Twitch channel. If you want to just go over there, just pop this thing up to that 320. Yes, there we go. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for getting us to 32,000 subscribers. You're awesome. You're awesome. You're awesome. Let's go, nerds. You know I had to do it. Anyway, thank you. Now we can move on. But okay. I forgot what I was saying. This is all collapsed, though. Hold on. Let me just try to not collapse it like that, because I have to... Nope, don't want to do that. Okay. I need to be able to read these, so not sure what happened there. Okay. So, we're going to get into this. We're going to get into this list. So, if you don't know, this list right here is what what happens when you fill out your form. This is automatically populated with all that information and collated and put together so that I can easily reference it and help you with your build. So, now Nudity is here, and I think I promised Nudity they'd be first. Did I do that? Can you remind me and be honest? Did I do that? But yeah, if you look here, you'll see, look at all of those links right here. Now I need to check something really quick. I need to check. Let me back up real quick. If those links are all in the responses here. No, I need to add that. So, oh, wait, no, that's the wrong one. Wait, what the heck is happening here? Oh, I opened the wrong thing. It's the history I was looking for. Okay. This is the one I actually meant to make accessible. That's my mistake. So basically, I'm going to copy these all over. And then you will be able to see, to watch that part of the stream. Wait, what the heck? Hold on. I was looking at the wrong one again. I guess I made 2 copies that I shouldn't have done. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I know what I did. This is the actual one I need to be looking at. This is the copy. No. What's going on? What's happening? There. This is the one that has them in there. Okay. Okay. So I get those. And I just put them here. So now you can, this link is in the description of, oh, hey, yo, thank you for the $5 super chat to One Slow F80. I appreciate that. It says congrats on 32K. Thank you. Oh man, look at that. That's a pleasing number to look at. I like it. I like it. Thank you. Okay. But yeah, so the link for this is in the description of the YouTube stream, and I can also take that and post it in the Twitch chat. You guys can go in there and see all the stuff I've done before. There you go. Let me just copy a few more of these over. I am matching these, right? That looks right to me. Well, I'll add these in later. I am just kind of staring at this for a little too long. So I guess I'll use the copy here. Okay. Because now I can add them in myself. Well, I'm really just going to put in the time. But anyways, okay. Okay. We need to get moving on this because it's already 8:44. I've just been checking. You see how much time flies by when I'm just hanging out with you guys? Chilling, school started back up, so I'm very tired. I feel you there. Okay. Getting the Shinji Ava. Mm-hmm. Awesome advice. What do you think about the price of the fans? So overpricey. Don't get overpriced fans. Get some Arctic fans or something. Thank you guys for that. Thank you for the celebration. I do appreciate that. I'm looking at the Twitch chat right now. Feels like The Office when they were all waiting for the screensaver to touch the corner. We've all done it. Thank you guys. Whatever works. Didn't promise, but say you'd get me sometime next stream. We will. Let's see who's here. Max Dosage. Oh my gosh. How are you? Welcome. It needs to be 32323. It needs to be 42. Braithorn, hopefully Cuddles passed along. There's a link for Zerxak for the AMD GPU build, even though they're waiting for the new Nvidia GPUs. I figure the match you made might be useful to someone. Okay. Twitch kicked me out. I hate Twitch. Stupid busted website. Is that happening to anybody else? Okay. All right. Steltech says, I've already pulled over and I've already subscribed. It can't subscribe any further. Who's subscribing and unsubscribing? What a bunch of sillies. Lilster, you're in the YouTube chat too. Sweet. I should pass at 1400 for a PC on Newegg. Okay. Did you mean should I? Well, you need to fill out the form in order to get help. But I don't recommend going through Newegg. They've had some really skeezy practices in the past. They're on their best behavior right now, but as soon as Gamers Nexus turns a blind eye to it, because it's been a year or two after their whole pinning them to the wall before, they'll get back up to their old stuff. You could see how resistant they were when Gamers Nexus was like, when Steve was there in their boardroom grilling them, and they were like giving all this corporate nonsense back to him, and he was just like, okay. Okay, well, Poppy Seeds, it looks like it might be a problem on your end. Just I don't know, you may want to restart your router if that's the modem and router, or a gateway if it's all in one, if that's the case. Live my best life watching on my PC, picked out by The Bray. Nudity skill issue. No, I mean, probably an account issue. An account issue? That's interesting. I mean, if you can connect, you can connect. Could be a network issue. But Jan is always brutal. I tend to disagree. Did you see the Starforge review? They found 2 little issues and they didn't just like destroy them over it. They gave a good review. Yeah, shipping a GN a damaged used board with the RMA sticker still on it and blaming him. That's, you know what? They deserved everything they got for sure. Hey Braithorn, I bought a pre-built from iBuyPower, came with 4070. They gave me a lower end one, PNY with a dual fan. Okay. It's probably going to perform just about the same. I will say that PNY is not by default low end. PNY entered the consumer graphics space more strongly because of EVGA exiting. But PNY has been making all of NVIDIA's enterprise GPUs for years. I'm talking the ones that cost like $5,000. So there's nothing inherently bad about PNY. They're good, actually. And they've made some very good cards. As for whether it's a two fan or 3 fan, I mean, it's still the same silicon. And it's just not overclocked. The bigger ones, the bigger cooling solutions are usually some kind of overclocked card, which is generally unnecessary, depending on what you're doing. I mean, if you're into overclocking, I guess maybe you would want to upgrade that, but I don't see why. I mean, every GPU is going to get warm, it's going to get hot, and once it's starting to reach that thermal limit, it will start pulling back on frequencies. That's how they're set up to work these days. I wouldn't worry about it unless your games are crashing. Rome Dumb, welcome. Glad you made it. Does anyone know how a good UPS to purchase for my PC? If your range is $100, like say you bought a PC for $2,000, you need to spend a little more on your UPS. But I don't know anything about your situation. You didn't mention any kind of wattage for your power supply, nothing like that. So you're not giving us anything to actually help you. That was a response for Wally right there. Guys, if you're gonna ask a question in chat, you must be willing to provide information to get an accurate answer. Think about what would be useful info for someone to give you free advice. Otherwise, we're just here asking questions and dragging information out of you so we can actually help you out. Be proactive and put more info yourself so that, you know, you show that you value our time, and then we can give you a good answer. I'm scared of ordering something from Newegg. I've still done it. It's just I'm from many years of doing it, I'm pretty tech savvy and I can figure out when something's wrong. Average consumer is not, and sometimes companies like those rely on that unfamiliarity with tech. May look into getting a custom PC in the future, but that's a long ways away. Lilster, you know exactly where to go. I will help you out. TJ, what's up? How's it going? We got TJ Abel over on Twitch. I don't know if you guys know who he is. He's definitely a guy. He's definitely a person that knows his stuff about GPUs, considering how many PCs he's built professionally. But TJ Abel has a PNY GPU, and it's dope, and it's in their personal machine. Orcast says, I have an old PNY GPU. It still works. It's just old now. Dust Stefan says, hey, Bray, I love your content YouTube videos. I'm a new viewer, but I'm going to stick around. Hope you have a good night. Hey, I appreciate that. Welcome, and thank you for introducing yourself and saying hello. I got to hydrate. And yes, I did see that posture check earlier on. Early in the stream, those don't really do a whole lot because I'm not slouching yet. That comes later. Okay, I've been lollygagging enough here. We need to get into these. So, Omega Internal, are you here? Is Omega Internal here? Lilster, so what I mean by that is that TJ Abel is the owner of Alexander PCs. Also, I got someone telling me to wear the Bray hat. The Bray hat. It kind of is at this point, but like, no, the Jane hat. So let's be bad guys. All right. I said low end because it's one of the cheapest 4070s on the market. Didn't mean anything too bad by it. Well, that's the thing is like, it's still a good GPU. And honestly, it really does come down with iBuyPower. It really comes down to whatever they have, because of the sheer volume of PCs that they sell. You paid less than you would have with another system integrator, very likely. But that's one of the things that you're going to be dealing with. You paid less. That comes from somewhere, right? So they might buy more of the lower cost GPUs in order to facilitate those lower costs while still maintaining a very large and very expensive business to run. Will it affect your performance more than a few frames per second? Probably not ever. So, yeah, you should be fine. If you want to get a specific GPU from iBuyPower, you have to go through their custom builder, and only sometimes will there be specific GPUs available, and usually at a slightly higher cost. Diehard says, I finally filled mine out. Thought it was cheap. What's cheap? Okay, so I'm gonna keep going. And if you're in the YouTube chat and you hear your name, type in I'm here and then @Braythorn so it highlights it, okay? And if you're on Twitch chat, use your channel points to highlight your whole message saying that you're here. So Omega Internal did not respond. All right. Ari Halisi 6922. Are you here? Thoughts on the Rodecaster Pro? Unless you're doing a podcast, you don't need the Rodecaster Pro to. And I'm assuming you mean the 2, not the first one. I've never messed with the first one. I have the 2 right here. If you're looking at it for streaming, just look at the Duo or even the mini one, the small one, because it really is it's an expensive device because it has so many features. I honestly want to switch over to the Duo, maybe move this to my other setup or something like that. because this takes up a ton of space on my desk. Even though it's a 60-inch wide desk, it takes up a considerable amount of space there. But they're all out of stock. Are they all out of stock? I don't know. Have you looked at their ready-to-ship systems, Nudity? Do you do deals if multiple PCs are being bought on one order? That's a good question. Email us. We'll work with you. Yeah, the deal is called Code BRAE, B-R-A-E. There's your deal. Turdog, evening to you. And guys, if you're in chat, just putting in chat, hey, I have this much money. I want to do this stuff. And what is this good? What do I buy? Help me now, please. This right here is actually, unless you're on this list right here, which all you got to do is follow directions and fill out the form that's linked in the description of the YouTube chat and that's popping up constantly in the Twitch chat. You have to fill out that form to get in line. Otherwise, I'm not going to help you because there's other people waiting in line. Okay, Ari Halisi did not respond because I'm looking for a highlighted text, either my name highlighted or on YouTube chat or the full message highlighted on Twitch chat. Okay, XIC Gold. XIC Gold. Are you here? XIC Gold, are you here? Do I see XIC Gold? Okay, Diehard, you can tell me about 1 million PCs, but unless you're in here, I'm just going to be like, I don't know if that's good for you. I don't know if you need that because you haven't answered a single question back to me. The kind of information that actually lets me make a real recommendation to you, not just a recommendation that allows me to just say whatever and move on to the next person. Cogs, I'm wondering why you put AMD GPU build. Oh, is that? Yeah, that's the one you're talking about. Zerxzak. Is that how you say that? No one knows. Nobody even knows. Midoriya, if you sold PCs, what would be the ideal PC you would build to sell? Nice try. Get in the list, and if you're not already in here, we're moving through the list right now, okay? Just throw all the money at the problem. No, you don't need to spend all of your money to get a good PC that's good for you. Okay, XIC Gold did not respond with a highlighted thing, so I'm going to move on. At Rhyme Tree, where are you at? Thoughts on Asus's new Pro Art line? It's awesome. I really, really like it. I want to get a full-on Pro Art PC. I think that'd be sick. Did you see the build that Roby did? If you didn't, go look at it. Go watch it after the stream. It's a really good video. Because he's a really good video person. He's good at being video person. That's right. Roby, you can quote me on that. Spot a new Lian Li TL. Bought new Lian Li TL fans off Newegg. Sweet. Getting random parts and stuff, I'm not too worried about that if they're not like super high dollar parts. Because like they can't screw you over that much when it comes to RMAs if that's the case. I might change my tune at some point about shopping at Newegg. It's just their overall thing. Watching that video of them with Steve, like Steve can get, he can get very up in arms about things, and we all know that. But man, they showed us how valid his criticisms were with how skeezy they came off in that video where he was there at the board table with them, and they were just like giving him corporate answer after corporate answer, and it was just like, ugh, just say you're sorry you messed up and you don't want to lose your business or get fired so you'll do better. Like, just be a person. Yes, Steve from Gamers Next. If my Twitch name is there, should I go to Twitch or stay on YouTube? Be on both. Why not? It helps me. It helps bring people to the stream. It helps me with my analytics and stuff, and it doesn't cost you anything. If you're on a device that doesn't allow you to be on both, then you might want to go ahead and be on whichever one you put here is the one that I need to see. I need to see the one that's here. So no one like skips the line or anything. Okay, looks like we have someone that has multiple names. So on YouTube, Diesel Thunder, and on Twitch, Rocco5. See, that's not a bad idea right there. Just put both names. Oh, sweet. Okay, sounds good, TJ. Hello, Barry Thorne. I'm building my first gaming rig. Okay. Still need GPU and PSU. That's interesting. Cool. All right. I wish you the best of luck. Yeah, PC Part Picker's been around for a long time. And getting better slowly. It's not always the best option because like it doesn't show everything that's available, and it doesn't necessarily show you the lowest pricing either. You need to like go and hunt for that sometimes. Basically, make your PC part picker list, and that's how you figure out what parts you want, and then go shopping around on your own to see what the lowest prices you can get from a reputable company, not a third-party seller, to get something like that. Unless you're looking for used components, which for some people that's fine. For someone getting their first PC or building their first PC, don't go with used components. Okay, nothing from Rocco5 or Diesel Thunder. I said or, but it's the same person. All right, nudity time. Let's go. Hey, everybody. It is time for nudity. Oh, I'm sorry. That's only allowed on Twitch. Oh, wait. No, it's not. Okay. So I'll go ahead and just put in the time here. 9:01 p.m. So I can just check this. Actually, I can put how far into the stream we are. We are 1 hour and 1 minute. Not AM. No. Don't format it as I have to go in and change the format probably. Oh my god. Really? All right. Oh, no, really? Okay. 1 hour and 1 minute. Okay. Okay, win of the month, United States, 2,500. Okay. All right, I'm gonna remind you guys of something. And when you see a bunch of text, don't just skip it. I put text here at the beginning for a very good reason. Nudity. I think you know where this is going, don't you? I just want to make sure you're aware. Based on this sentence in all caps right here, if you ignore the instructions in certain questions, you agree to be roasted on stream. Good-natured roast, don't worry. Do we recall this? Oh, Zerkzak, how's it going? Welcome. See, it's Google Forms, so we can leave Microsoft out of this one. They get to skate by. They're fine. Okay. Okay. So if we scroll on down, just so I use these as a way to help people pay attention and provide the right answers. So this question that was answered here, it says, do you live near a micro center? If you're not sure, please check. Fair, right? If yes, please, in all caps, please, right? See that right there? Please use the other option to enter the city and state of the location. There is no answer here that is just yes. You have no, or yes, but I don't want to get my PC there. And then you have other where you can type whatever you want. And Nudity used this to type the word yes. So guys, pay attention to the formatting of the question. Pay attention to what it says. please. There you go. That wasn't so bad, right? As long as you chose the color that you want for your PC. We're using the copy right now. That's not great, but it's okay. And you did. You chose the white PC. There you go. Easy. Easy. Oh, you were hacked. Okay. See, Turdog, if there's not one near, you just multiple choice. You just click the no. That's it. I made it real easy. Okay. I'm just gonna close that one. Okay. So you said you want to go pre-built now, but you put parts list before. You corrected yourself, and I appreciate that. We'll go ahead and correct that so that in posterity, if someone's looking through yours saying, oh, that matches all my stuff, there you go. Now, you said the location of your Micro Center is actually I hope that's the abbreviation for Indiana. Wait, Indianapolis, Indiana? Okay. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and make this one white again. Here we go. Actually, this person said they want to wait, so what we'll do is we'll put a color on it that denotes that. Maybe orange? That's it. I always mess up what color is what. Okay. And we're working on this one right now. So here's the question then. Okay, and let me make this clear. What I'm thinking here. Okay, why do I ask about Micro Center? Well, here's the situation. If you get your PC, remember, any PC built by any person at any time with any platform, technology, whatever, can have issues. It's still a PC, no matter what, no matter how much you pay for it, no matter where you get it from. Okay. Now, normally, if you buy from a system integrator, and this is all part of the experience of getting from a system integrator, if it's been a month or two, generally most SIs within the first 30 days, if there's a problem, they're like, yo, that must be us. Yeah, like if there's a problem in 30 days, that's on us. And they will then usually pay for shipping back to them, fix it, and then pay for the shipping back to you. After a certain point in time, and that changes per system integrator, you will have to pay the shipping to them. And if you're still under warranty, most warranties will have them pay for the shipping back to you. PC shipping, not so cheap. And also, you're subjecting your PC, no matter how well packed it is, okay, no matter how well built it is, you're subjecting that PC to the rigors of the shipping industry, okay? If you have a Micro Center nearby, that's different from your average, like, Best Buy or local PC shop. Like, drastically different. You can actually pay, you can pick out your parts and pay extra to have them build it. And they have same day PC building for you. So as long as you put in your order within, before 4 hours to close, right? As long as there's more than 4 hours left till closing time, they should be able to get your PC done same day. And if there's a problem and you get the warranty, which can be a bit pricey, but if you get the warranty, you just strap it in your car, you just put the PC in your car, put seatbelt on it, nice and safe, drive it over there, and or even put it in the original box. That's never a bad idea. Drive it over there, hand it over, say, hey, you built this, I got a warranty, you fix it. It could be a single day thing, or it could, you get it the next day or something like that, but you're not worrying about shipping it out and then waiting a week and a half, whatever, depending on how good their service is or how severe the problem is. Okay? So if that sounds good to you, then you would want to go through Micro Center. If you don't care and you want to get it from a specific company, I won't argue with that. If that's what you want, that's what you want. I totally get it. So we can go that route as well. So which would you prefer? Is there a specific company you have in mind? Or do you want me to suggest something based on what you're looking for here? Because let's be honest, okay? This is a very demanding use case you have here. Okay, regular gaming is already pretty demanding. Thermally, at least, with the GPU, right? You want to make sure that's cooled well and all that. But then content creation and video editing is a whole different beast with different priorities to the specs, okay? Slightly different anyway. And then racing sim / flight sim is a whole specific niche of PC use right there, okay? So your budget is good, $2,500. Usually for the more use cases you add to it, the more uses for the PC, you should try to budget a little bit more in order to accommodate that, depending on what it is. You should be fine here. We can pretty much go with either one. Micro Center, or just getting it from a specific company. Turdog, they don't even have... There are more states in the US that don't have Micro Center than do. So, like, there's a lot of people who share that problem. I don't know if that statistic is correct. It sounds right, so I'm gonna double down. Open for anything. Okay. You know what? We were just talking about these earlier. No, wrong one. I was talking about these because there's a ton of these right now, and that's good. But let me see something here. You want it, so you want to order within a month, right? And that's fine, but whatever you see now, especially particularly with ready to ship, that could be gone. Hard to say. But you want to receive it within 2 weeks. Okay? That's generally going to rule out very custom PCs, things like that, but you do have some options. But let's take a look here. And you're playing at 1440p. And also, gaming, streaming, content creation. Is a little tough right here because usually when content creation is mentioned, I like to customize the PC. We're a little bit shorter on time because you want it within 2 weeks after making your purchase. Totally understandable. I get that. But, dude, TJ, I don't know if you're still here, but the Ridge case, the Ridge PC with the 7800X3D, and it was a 7800X, that system is so sick, man. I'm looking for an all AMD build. No, it has a 7800X3D. That's not good for content creation. That's great for an only gaming PC, but not for anything beyond that. It'll be outclassed by cheaper CPUs at that point. Question, any flexibility on the budget? Because I know the way I have it set up, it's $500 increments. That's not gonna... Oh, I'm not showing the screen. I'm sorry. My bad. I know the way I have it set up, it's in $500 increments, and that doesn't allow you to get really granular with your budget unless you go to other. So is it capped right at $2,500? This is your one chance. Listen, this is your one chance, because I won't do it again later because it means I have to usually redo a build if I'm doing custom, to alter your budget. The one shot, one opportunity. You capture it, or you can let it slip. Okay, $2,500. That's all I need to know. I'm not saying you need to do more. It's just that anyone who's been watching these streams a lot, and God, this happened so much when I was doing these before. But I'll finish a build and someone say, you know what, I could do 3,000. And it's like, you know you can't. I don't want to redo that. And then I eventually will cave and redo it. Okay. Because I would have liked to say this one here because it's a beautiful. Few companies do white PCs the way that Alexander PC does. Like, they'll purposely get a white GPU, a white motherboard, white AIO, white fans, all of that. But this is a little over budget, unfortunately. 14700K? Are you kidding me? For content creation, it's very good, but that's also not AMD. But you're talking about a 20-core CPU. Let me ask you this, Nudity. Would you plan on upgrading your PC over time? Or is it like you use it until it's too slow and then you hand it off, maybe sell it and buy a new PC? Do you think you would take advantage of the AMD upgradability? Yeah, most of these are 7800. These are 3D V-Cache chips. And that is going to limit its performance in content creation, unless you're talking about like a 7950X 3D. I see. Now, just to be clear, you want to do streaming and content creation. Streaming / content creation, one of the... Well, oh no, hold on. Actually, did you say streaming at all? You know streaming. There's no streaming, so good. Okay, no problem. For video editing, though, you have AV1, so that's good. Not every platform will accept AV1, but newer AMD GPUs all have AV1 encode and decode. And racing sim / flight sim. Okay. I don't think we found anything that's like, oh, that's the perfect one. Looking at Alexander PCs, unfortunately. So, give me a second. Actually, maybe this route is the way to go. Let me take a look here real quick, okay? First off, I want to look at I haven't looked at their ready-to-ship PCs for a long time. Whenever I go a couple of weeks not making a video where I go through... I mean, I'll do research like all the time, but there's certain ones where I won't always like see what everybody has. Okay, there's nothing really white here except for this one, and that's not really the right one. So, custom... AMD. Fantex NV5. That is a nice case. You actually have 3 really good options for a white case. You have the actually some of these also come in white. So, like say you go with Fantex G500A, you can choose a white option there. Okay, it just doesn't show that here. I can attest to the G500A being a very nice case. I love Fantex cases. And of course you have the NV5 as well, also being Fantex. And even the NeoCube 2, even though it's metallic gear, it's Fantex. So there's 3 good cases there. I wouldn't go for the Y70 Touch. That's a lot of money going in. Wait. What? It's on sale? Oh, it's a 2-month lead time. Okay. That's why. Yeah, but I wouldn't go with the Y70 anyway, unless you're looking at like a $4,000 build or something where there's just extra leeway for putting it into the aesthetics. But these are aesthetically nice. You also have the Fractal Design North. You have the Y40. I wouldn't do the Y40 for this. The G360A, if you want similar build, like same build quality, similar features, but less expandability, less space than the G500A. But it is $58 cheaper and should come in white. But I would say if you're going to be doing content creation and you want something really cool for your background that's really going to show it off, go for the NV5. It's not as big as the NV7, and it still has great airflow, and it looks absolutely stunning. So I'm going to choose that for now. We can change it. It's okay. It is a really good looking case. All right, let's do other stuff here real quick. So what I would probably do is go with like the mid-range AMD CPU, and then when the next generation of CPUs come out, or maybe the one after that. Wait, actually, I didn't see over time for sure. You're gonna upgrade it over time for sure. You see 40 grand sounds okay? Yeah, it sounds great. You can wait until so basically run a 7700X, and that'll do everything you need for now. But once you start getting really into like content creation, video editing, you're starting to use more effects, and you're needing more cores, things like that. Then you can look at what generation has come out for AMD, because that platform is going to last another couple of years, where they're adding more CPU generations that actually will work with that socket. So we can go with the 7700X for now, 8 cores, 16 threads, good all-around performance. Or you can go all out now on your CPU and take money away from your GPU budget and other budget in the system. Like the 7950X 3D is going to be amazing for gaming and for content creation. Just know that there can be some shenanigans with the core parking, stuff like that. If you can wrangle it, it can be an amazing CPU. You know, up to you. Scratch that NV5 is good. Like I said, I can go back. In fact, after I send you this build, you can change anything you want, as long as you take responsibility for them changes. Let's start with the 7700X and see how the budget is after we're done. And yes, we do have this a really solid discount code here with Meta PCs. We're going to keep doing other stuff until we get to that. Downside, there's no white motherboard that I can see, but there are solid motherboards here. The MPG X670E Carbon Wi-Fi from MSI is pretty solid. The only downside I see here is the fact that they put 2 M.2 drives above the main graphics card slot, the PCIe slot. So that pushes it down an additional slot, and that means it can be difficult to put in something like a capture card. But you're going to want really solid I.O. That's one main thing. You really want good solid I.O. if you're doing content creation, if you're going to be doing like capture, things like that, if you're going to have a lot of tools, USB tools, things like that, like the Rodecaster Pro, or USB microphones, things like that, your Stream Decks, so you can do transitions and stuff. If you're recording like this, it's directly into your PC instead of into an SD card in your camera, stuff like that. It's good to have a good amount of USB. It's not as important as if you're a streamer, but it still can be important. I just want to see what the I.O. looks like on this one. It's been a while. I actually probably have one sitting over there, but yeah, look at the I.O. on this. I'm not going to click that one because that's a shopping link, but yeah. Look at that. That is very solid. First off, you have your BIOS flashback button, clear CMOS button. Don't press that last one. Accident. You do have to hold it down though, so I think that helps, but still, I'm not sure. Don't test that. Then there's a smart button you can assign different things to. You might never do that. That's totally okay. Your video, but then you have 6 fast 10 gigabit per second USB Type A ports, 2 slow USB 2.0 ports, so for your keyboard and mouse, right? And then you have one 10 gig and one 20 gig USB Type C connector. So for say like a hub or something like that. Then you have Wi-Fi 6E, 2.5 gig Ethernet, all your sound stuff, including this SPDIF connector. That's not how you say that. I think it's you say SPDIF. But we like to have fun around here. And then your surround sound. You also have a straight up line out and line in as part of that, which is cool because that's good for running a multiple PC setup down the line if that's something you're going to do. So I would say yes to this motherboard if you're not going to be putting capture cards in, things like that. You can still do it, but it'll be closer to the GPU heat fan shroud, basically. But this is the mid-range board. They also have the X670E Tai Chi, which for $8 more, let's see what the I.O. is real quick. And yes, I get obsessed with motherboard I.O. because there's no worse feeling than knowing that you have to go back there for the 8th time to swap out USB devices because you're changing from, you know, I got to take out this Stream Deck and I want to just plug in an SD card reader or something. And it's really a pain sometimes. Let's just take a look at this really quick. The Carrera would have been such a good choice here. I know I can just go to the page and look at it, but I want to see here. Let's just see if they have a good picture. That's the Carrera. I mean, I think that's the same board, just with a different colorway. And guys, yes, once I get into these, I'm not responding to chat as much because I'm trying to stay focused. Someone might be here from the future coming back to the past in order to watch my thought process here to see how I came to this conclusion of what I would tentatively recommend. All right, let's just go to the site for it. Here we go. Yeah, look at how much faster that was. Let me know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, but is that Mei Hie? Says Starforge Systems for your win? For your Wendigo? Frost your windows. But yeah, Starforge Systems got a really good review on Gamers Nexus. They did pretty well. It wasn't perfect, but what can you say? I mean, that'll happen. Okay, looking at the I/O, it's not as comprehensive as the I/O on the MSI motherboard. In fact, these two are 10 gigabit right here. I don't know if you can see that. And oh, cool, it doesn't zoom in. I love it when that happens. There we go. So ASRock just has to be different. Fair, I guess. But they have, instead of going with red for the 10 gigabit per second USB 3.1, 3.2 Gen 2 type A ports that are 10 gigabit per second, they just go with the light blue, so it looks a lot like the USB 3.1 Gen 1 USB 3.0 ports. So it's 4 of those, 2 of these, and then 2 USB Type-Cs, which both are Thunderbolt. Let me tell you something. For content creation, Thunderbolt can be amazing. The kind of storage that you can get, like NAS drives on Thunderbolt, they're so fast. I'm going to stop there. But also you have Lightning gaming ports, and I don't know what that means. It's a marketing thing, I'm sure. So you have those 2 as well, probably for your keyboard and mouse. And then 2.5 gig Ethernet, Wi-Fi 6E, and an HDMI out, BIOS flashback, and clear CMOS buttons. This is actually really close to the other one. It's actually better than the other one, except it doesn't have as many 10 gigabit ports here. And it doesn't have as much audio stuff. It's your SPDIF, line out, and line in. And it's also a freaking rad looking motherboard, but it's not really going to match the colorway of your system, so it's okay. Yeah, I mean, for not much more, I would go with this one. But it looks like it has the same situation as the other. No, it just has it one down. It's just a massive motherboard. By the way, Midoriya, this is a song that the track I was talking about, plus Ultra. You can tell it kind of has that same sound as that one of my favorite OST tracks from the NHA. Anyway, I have to turn it back down because I don't want to annoy anybody. Okay, let's go ahead. And again, you can change this to a different motherboard if you want to. They're both good choices. But I'm going to change to this one. It's $8 more. And yes, people will say, but I don't like the ASRock BIOS. Why? Well, it's not as pretty. Well, guess what? It might have more features than the MSI one because ASRock cannot be bothered to block off features in their motherboards. But it's also the Taichi. They're both pretty high end, so they'll have all the overclocking features you could want. We got an ad break going on. Nemo Liver 10, how's it going? Welcome. ASRock has lightning ports. Minor issue, SSDs will show up as removable unless you disable Thunderbolt in the BIOS. That is annoying, but I mean, as long as you don't remove it, it should be okay. There's times where I'll have one of these, which is the external M.2 enclosure, and I'll just have it connected for like a week straight, and I never have a problem with it. But that's like to a Type-C port, because those are not Thunderbolt. Okay, memory, Kingston Fury Beast DDR5 6000. Pretty good. Very good, actually. But we can go with 64 gigs instead for an additional 145. And if it's 2 sticks, as it shows here, that is what I would recommend. But it doesn't give us the frequency. Hang on a second. Let's see how responsive they are. I haven't been looking at, basically when I'm doing these, guys, please don't take offense if I don't see all your messages, because I'm focused on my conversation with the person I'm helping directly. And I'm sure when your turn comes up, that's what you would want as well. I'm trying to stay focused here. But all I see is Steltech being like bacon brownies with Bray ... topless. What's going on in YouTube chat right now? What am I missing? Let's see. I let them know that I'm live, so let's see what happens. No pressure. No pressure, Meta. I'm still doing my first one because we spent a lot of time sort of trying to see if people were here and they weren't. We're going to go ahead and select this one for now, but if I can get that frequency info. Now, when it comes to editing video, capacity is king. And if it means going see, but 6,000 is the sweet spot for Ryzen 7000 series processors. So hopefully it is 6,000. I mean, I skate by on 32 gigs. So, not because I don't have a 64 gig kit, but it's not a very stable one. And I was supposed to get a much more stable kit, and they weren't able to send it to me. So that's okay. Cooling. I'm cool with the LS720 right there. That's more than what you need. That's more than you need for 7700X, just to be clear. However, as you stated, you would be slowly upgrading the PC. So let's make it to where you don't have to buy a whole other cooler. If you go with, like, I don't know if they're going to skip 8 and go, because they skipped 7. They skipped 6 and went from 5000 series to 7000 series. So if you end up getting a 9950X down the line, you don't have to upgrade your cooler. So I'll just pick that one. I mean, the pricing difference is not huge. I mean, we're talking about, yeah, $35. Wait, where are we at? Where are we at on budget? Oh no, we're gonna have to make some changes because this is actually getting out of hand, and I wanted to put a better, like a more powerful GPU in here. We might not be able to go meta, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But let's... Oh, you wanted to go Radeon. That's going to help out a lot, actually. 7800 XT in white is much more reasonable than the 4070 in white, which is awesome because it actually beats the 4070 in plenty of games unless you turn on ray tracing, which I've turned off ray tracing on most of the games I play, even though I'm playing with 4090. It's just sometimes there's a bit of weirdness that happens, and I'm like, I don't feel like messing with that. So we're on a 7800 XT in white. By the way, there's a solid discount that you get off of this, so don't you fret if you see it showing that. $16 more to go 850. $54 to go with the PCIe 5, which you don't need. So go 850 watt for right now. That can definitely handle 7800 XT. We'll see how much it comes out to after discount, and we'll change it up if we need to. I just moved it up to a 2 terabyte on the primary drive, or maybe a faster one at a lower. Let's see. That's all the things. So you got the 7800 combo. 7700 actually. 7700X, 7800 XT. So let's try adding this to cart and running code Braethorn. See what it comes out to. And if it's too high, we'll go in and we'll make some adjustments. Particularly because you're not streaming, I may be overestimating how much motherboard you need. And we can shuffle some things around. Oh, do I have multiple in here? No. Okay. Okay, let's see what it brings it down to. It brings it down to 2684. We need to make some changes and some substantial changes. Let's do that. It's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. I overdid it on a couple little things. Like as I was saying, I edit on 32 gigs myself, and I am a full-time YouTuber. I would rather not, but it works. It works just fine. Just learn to use proxies. So let's edit this down to the 32 gigs. That takes $134 off the price. Just like that. Okay, yes. I was like, where are all my changes at? No, it's just because I haven't re-edited things. So already we should be at around your budget. What's the price difference if we go? Okay, if we go with a okay, so here's the thing. We can choose to go with a now the NV2 is nice. It is a good drive. And at 2 terabytes, it's a nice amount of storage. However, adding storage is one of the easiest things you can do. And if you're editing video, you're going to be adding storage no matter what I put here. So we can save almost $50 and get you a way faster 1 terabyte drive to run your operating system off of. And again, you can change things up as you get in here once I give you the link. I would prefer to put a 2 terabyte faster drive, but I don't think it's in the budget to do so unless we shift a couple other things around, like perhaps go with a slightly lower spec motherboard, because again, you're not streaming. You don't need to have things all simultaneously connected necessarily. So I haven't gotten an answer from Meta PCs yet, but that's okay because I'm not picking the 64 gig kit anymore anyway. Steltech, I'm not sure actually. I'd have to Google that or ask them, but it's late. They're not responding at the moment, and that's okay. Wally, that is correct. You don't want to cheap out on your UPS. And here's a tip for you. You can look for refurbished ones with new batteries and get pretty good prices on them for something that's going to have a higher wattage output. Just keep in mind that your power supply is rarely ever going to be at its maximum capacity. Usually during just like stress tests, that's it. But I still usually would try to be around whatever your wattage rating is on your power supply. Now, let's look at customizations really quick. Like there's the fans, and you can choose to get different fans if you want. And the other thing is, one thing that can really dress up your build is sleeved cables in a color of your choice. I by default, I recommend a lovely purple on there, but it's up to you. Because if you pick a color and you choose a clashing color with your RGB, it might come out looking a little wonky. By the way, if at some point you're like, you know what, I'm not feeling this build, we can go elsewhere. We can do a different one. That's not a problem at all. If you're like, man, I was kind of hoping to go with something that's going to be... Oh, I didn't do the motherboard, by the way. I forgot to do that. Let's take a look at the X670E plus Wi-Fi. I hate that. It looks like it would be a great picture to look at, but yeah. Let's actually, yes, yeah, I can't do that. Okay, there we go. See, that should be plenty of I/O. I mean, you have 4 of the slower USB ports, but for something like, bam, USB headset or microphone, USB for your mouse and keyboard, and then you have faster things. If you're going to have something like an external NAS, or if you're going to have something that like an external capture card, this is great for that 2.5 gig Ethernet. This one doesn't show Wi-Fi, but the motherboard they have does have Wi-Fi. So looking at that, oh, this is actually the motherboard right here. So let's look at this picture. It is a little bit different. So you actually have much more I/O on this one. Wow. Okay, that was the wrong board I was looking at. That's crazy for a tough gaming motherboard. Wi-Fi 6E, I can kind of tell the E's right there. Lots of USB 3.0 and lots of 3.2 Gen 2, 10 gigabit Type A ports, and then not Thunderbolt, but you should have a 10 gig and a 20 gig USB Type C here. There is a BIOS flashback button, but no clear CMOS button. That's going to be on the motherboard pretty much. And then an HDMI and display port, but usually you'll just use the ones coming out of the GPU. Let's go with this motherboard. This is actually really kitted out. I like that a lot. And that's $216 cheaper. Yeah. Now we can take a step up on the GPU if you like. Or the CPU. Hey, Natal Official, it depends on the person. If they're just looking for a ready-to-ship system from iBuyPower, it could take 10 minutes. If they're looking for something completely custom or a part list, it takes a lot longer. That's what this should have for a 7800 XT. We're at 850 watts. Yeah, 700 watt power supply is recommended. So we're 150 watts above the minimum recommendation. There you go. Yep. To make me doubt myself? How are you going to make me doubt myself like that? Upgrade CPU if it's possible. All is possible if you set your mind to it. So, what I do not recommend, although it would be amazing for gaming, if this was a gaming-only PC, I do not recommend the 7800X 3D because it falls flat in content creation. Zozin, I'm glad you think so, because I take a long time on each person, and you know, there's a lot of people who don't show up when their turn comes up. So the odds of you getting in are pretty good, but not always amazing. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the whole reason I do this. This system is for gaming, content creation, video editing, and racing sim / flight sim, which is more gaming, but very focused. That's why it's actually a really good thing there's a lot of I/O on this motherboard, because racing sim setups can use a lot of USB. So we're looking at 8 USB Type A ports and 2 Type C ports. That's 10 USB ports. That's more than enough for most sim rigs. Should be totally fine. So what I would say, even though it's not going to break any records for gaming, if you want a really good all-around PC for content creation and gaming, 7950X if you're going AMD. Seriously though, thanks for providing this as awesome service. I'm happy to do it. This is fun for me. Like I really enjoy doing this. Look at that. With my discount, we're still going to be under budget with a 7950X. Like, here's the thing. You can wait like 2 generations to upgrade your CPU. You shouldn't notice any problem. Like, slow down. This thing will do content creation and gaming, no problem. And charts, forget about charts, okay? Like, remember some of the trade-offs. Yeah, 14900K is probably going to beat this when it comes to certain things. Like, this will win it like Blender. It'll knock everything else out of the water other than like 7950X3D. Well, no, even that, it'll beat that at Blender. But, if I'm not mistaken. But the trade-off is that this can run more efficiently. Like, you put this thing in eco mode at 105 watts, it'll perform nearly the same as running full wattage, full TDP. So, yeah. Now the other option is to go a step down on the CPU and try to make a step up on the GPU. Which, let's look at the pricing for that. Okay. Remember, guys, I know I'm not helping you directly. I'm only helping out Nudity directly. But why? By the way, why that for your name? Why are you making me say that so much? Everyone, right now we are directly helping Nudity. Yeah, that's what you're making me do. Anyway, it doesn't, okay, so it doesn't look like they have a white version, by the way, of the 7900 XT or XTX, okay? But it is an additional $295 to go up to the 7900 XT. But the thing is, you want to game at 1440p. This should be able to do that. Now, if you're doing racing sim with like multiple high refresh rate monitors, we should probably take some out of the CPU and put it into the GPU. Okay? Promotes a good cause. TJ Sacco. Of course, TJ Sacco thinks somebody should support Nudity. Got Sacco right there in your name. Is that, are you telling us something there? I don't know what I'm going for there. I don't know where I'm getting at. My board is MATX and also has 10 USB ports. That's good because you don't have as much expansion with MATX to put in something like, you know, like a PCIe add-in card to add more USB because it's MATX. So I'm glad to hear that it has plenty of I/O. Because no matter what size your motherboard is, the I/O is the same size no matter what. So for MATX and ITX, it's smart for motherboard manufacturers, particularly with, you know, higher end boards in that form factor, to put in a lot of rear I/O because you can't put in PCIe add-in cards. Poppy Seeds, should I decide which SI to buy on based on where in the US I'm located? I mean, it depends on where you're located. If you're, as Toggle said, if you can pick it up and save on shipping, that's always a plus. Some SIs don't allow for that, but I'd figure most would. Oh yeah, Zozan, if it's 9 months from now, you don't want to go through the process of filling out the form because everything that I would say now is going to change by then, probably drastically. A 3060 should be fine for just about anything, says Nerf These. Nerf These, if you're talking about running, you see, here's the thing, okay? There's a reason I ask so many questions, including what resolution they're going to run, okay? A 3060 is not fine for 1440p at gaming, content creation, and racing sim / flight sim, which generally will use multiple monitors at high resolution, high frame rates. So it's a little bit of misinformation there, okay? 3060 should be fine for just about anything that's 1080p. Or at like lowest settings, I guess. I use a G9 Odyssey. You know there was an ultra wide option in here, right? Ultra wide. Well, even then, Nerf These, there's a reason I asked what about the resolution. Because going anything but 1080p rules out the 3060. Unless I want to make false promises. What's up, Will Immortal? How's it going? Welcome. I saw you say that in your recent vid with the pie charts. The pie charts! And here they are in all their glory. There's something about like these, like this one is particularly aesthetically pleasing. Look at that. That's a gorgeous chart. Is that weird? But there's a whole like subreddit for saying data is beautiful, and it's true. Okay. Well, we're putzing around here a little too much. If you're okay, only you can tell me which you're more focused on. If you're more focused on the gaming and flight or racing sim, we should invest more in the GPU than the CPU, okay? And that's the whole thing here about AMD. They're supporting socket AM5 until 2025 and beyond. So you'll have time to upgrade your CPU when that need arises. You can go up to the 7900 XT for $295. Now, the Odyssey G9 is like two 1440p monitors just smashed together, right? And then nicely curved, and it's a really nice monitor. But you're basically, you want something that could also run 4K. Because that's like half of 4K right there. Let's go GPU. I just saw that. Okay. It's not going to be a white GPU, but performance does come first. Let's submit that. We'll go to the CPU, and we can change that to... Let's try a 7900X. Well, it's 100, and then that's not even 170. That's like a $50 or $59 difference. That's not really going to help you out. 7700X. That's basically the price difference between the GPUs. Now, if we add the cart, that should just and it might put a secondary one in there. We'll have to check that. Will this be on the test? Don't even just saying that is stressing me out. I wouldn't even be the one that's tested. Okay, so it's at $25.84 before taxes. $25.84. We can do a little bit more fiddling with it. We can. We haven't put in color cable extensions or something like that. But now you have a 7900 XT. So let's go back to it, guys. Remember, even if I'm not helping you out directly, hopefully this is helpful. Like, you're seeing me prioritize stuff. So let's see what else we can do. Oh, also I need to check the... $750 PSU. We're getting closer to where, yeah, so this one says 850 watts to prevent any power issues, which is what we're at. So that's good. At this point, though, I might consider going with a higher power supply because of the GPU. But we also went down on the power usage from the CPU when we did that, leaving a little bit more headroom. Oh, okay, cool. Now, we did make some concessions here. So, like, instead of what I would normally put a 2 terabyte drive in there, that's what I would probably recommend. Instead, we went with a much faster, like the Kingston Fury Renegade drive is, I'm running on one right now, okay? This whole stream, everything I'm doing right now is running on a Kingston Fury Renegade M.2 drive. That's as good of a recommendation as I can possibly give, right? So we went, instead of the 2 terabyte slower drive, the NV2, which is Gen 4, but in the entry level of Gen 4 for speeds. It's half the sequential read speed of the Kingston Fury Renegade. You're getting one drive that's 1 terabyte, and adding more storage is one of the easiest things you can possibly do. It is so easy. So I went with that. You're getting a great cooler, more than what this CPU would need, so that you can upgrade in the future easily. You're getting a really nice case with the NV5. So what I'll do is I'll send you this build, and what you can do is sort of fiddle with it when it comes to the customization. Do you want to get specific fans? Cool, you can do that. They'll generally just fill it out with fans, right? Or you can go with an RGB, like, if it doesn't have RGB fans, there's an upgrade that you can do. You can also go with something quieter, but there's white RGB fans that are Meta branded, or they have the Lee & SL Infinity RGB fans, which would cost you another $120 over those. Either way, you want to make sure you have enough fans to run the thing. And this just lets you get fancier ones if you want. And then you have, of course, your cable sleeving if you want to get sleeve cables. And that's going to be like 40 bucks. But also, if you're into tinkering and like you said, you want to upgrade it slowly over time, you can get your own cables and put those in. They're usually around this price, so it's not that different, but you can also do it later since you're putting all your money into your PC. So if we do that, I don't know why I hit add to cart. I didn't make any changes. But okay. You will already have the deep cool RGB fans on your AIO, all that. They just have to put the other ones in. So there you go. And 2584. There we go. Let me just get this build to you and put it in the list. I know that was a really long one, guys. The first one always is. Think of it like pancakes. The first one is kind of a... Well, it's not that I overcook it or anything. It takes longer, but still. What happened to my... I thought I had that open somewhere. Oh, well. Of course. Actually, let me do this. Oh, I can't do that there. Never mind. Well, actually, I can't I? No, it doesn't work. Okay. So if we go into... you will be right there. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Actually, I'll have to repaste that. No, well, whatever. It's all good. Oh, I can't do it like that. Why did I do it like that? It's my fault for like trying to leave out specific things. Oh, I can just do this. There we go. And then that. I messed up. Okay, next person is gonna be, I hope that helped you out, by the way. Now, do not forget to use code Brayathorn. That's how we got that price down, okay? It's spelled like this. This is how it's spelled. I know the meme is to misspell my name, and that's hilarious. I agree. But you don't want to do it when you're putting in a coupon code. It's not his final form? What? No, it is. Probably. Oh, no, I mean, I'm gonna get much older over time, I guess. All right. Bodyguard, you missed a lot. Okay, this person's not in chat. Jay the Grappler. Jay the Grappler's not here either. Mikey's 87. I'll put the new timestamp at the useful shipping discussion, skipping some of the form bits. Unless you think they're important to the overall build, I won't skip form bits every time. Did I have a useful shipping discussion? Oh, sure, yeah, that's right. If someone lived close to a place, that's fine. I mean, wherever I start doing the configuration is really the important stuff. But either way. Did I make the list tonight? Like deployed. I wish I had some kind of sound effect for that. I mean, you're on the list. I mean, we're here. Mikey's 87 did not show up. You're here. I don't know why I said he didn't show up. I hadn't checked yet. Yeah, you're right there. You just keep mine to strictly gaming. Hey guys, if you need to change anything at the very beginning, that's the time to do it. No worries. I will say though that your answers do affect the statistics that we see. So try to make sure that you think it through before you don't just try to get your stuff in there as soon as possible. Though I know that there is kind of a rush, so you get earlier in the line. As you can see, there's no way to predict when your name's going to come up. I unfortunately take however long I need for each build, which is, I'm sure, exactly what you would like me to do for your build. That's how that should go. There's no statistic here for how long I'm taking with these. Thankfully, I don't need that kind of pressure. Okay. Let's take a quick look before I get started on this. And we're currently working on yours, so let me just... You're purple. That's too dark of a purple. Just remember to stay at that row. Okay, 2,500 bucks just gaming. Easy. And you're getting it from look at that. There we go. Westbury, New York. All right, so this can take a little time, guys. That's totally normal, but this can take a little while because we're going to go piece by piece on Micro Center's website. I should probably have Micro Center as one of my options here. I don't want to sign in. I don't need to sign in. It was Westbury? Is that what it was? Westbury, New York. Yes. Let me close some of these. Oh, didn't mean to close that last one, actually. Might need it. You ever know how much the military discount is on Meta PCs? Not sure if I can use yours and that at the same time. I don't think they stack, and I think mine is equivalent to that. I'm not sure, though. I don't quote me on that. Let me see if they responded to my question earlier. Nope, they did not. Everyone has the little moons next to their names, so it is late, guys. Okay. No, it's still sharing. What? There we go. So, quick question for you, not one that's included in the list. Maybe I asked this one so much, and that's how I usually form these things, is I'll ask, this would honestly be a good one to have in there. But are you going to leave your PC as it is until it's time to buy a new one, or do you plan on upgrading it slowly over time, including major upgrades like swapping out your CPU down the line? Any thoughts on the supercards, Braithorn? I will have those thoughts for you on the 8th. I mean, everyone's going crazy over leaked information, and I will withhold judgment. I might even be able to be there, although for some reason they decided to have it at 8 a.m. Pacific, which normally for me would be, I guess, 10 a.m. But still, I will just have flown to Vegas the day before. I'm going to be tired. But if I can make it to the event, I will. Showtime. Intel is not as sensitive to RAM speeds as AMD is. Ryzen, if for Ryzen 7000 series, you want to have 6,000 megatransfers per second. It's not awful. Like, that's a difference of going to like a lower latency or higher frequency. Those are like incremental differences. Unless you're using specifically, and unless you know you're using a program that is specifically sensitive to RAM frequency and latency, then you shouldn't have a problem. Coggle, I like that little note at the end. I want pizza. No problem, Showtime. I'll upgrade over time for sure. If that's the case, we should probably go AMD. And if they have a 7800X 3D, well, actually, let me look at a couple things before I start saying things. I tend to do that. I tend to just say things, and oops. Okay. Okay, you want a black system. That makes things easier. I hate to say that, but it is true, because white parts are harder to come by. It's just for gaming. That's easy. GG easy. You want it within a week, which is perfect because you can get it built same day. And all right. Unfortunately, I don't have a discount code for Micro Center. Sorry about that. Maybe we will at some point, but I don't right now. I don't think they even do that very often. Like, I watch Jay's ads on it, Paul's ads, and I don't ever see them say anything about use code Paul's Hardware or anything. 7800X 3D. That's it. That's the answer if you're doing just gaming. Now, here's the thing. Keep this in mind. The only reason I proceeded with Nudity's build is because they specifically wanted an AMD GPU. My recommendation to you, actually, if you don't care which GPU you get, you may want to wait until the announcement of the new supercards. Because with the budget that you have here at $2,500 for a gaming-only PC, you can ostensibly get yourself one of the new GPUs after they come out. And I promise you nothing. I make no promises, actually. That I changed it at the end. I'm fairly certain that Micro Center will have a good stock of them. You may have to fight for it a bit, but so it goes. For your build, I would actually wait just another week until at least the announcements come out. Ideally, for your build, I would wait until third-party reviews have dropped, okay? Because if it turns out, they're like, the 4080 Super is not that much better than 4080, which is what it's looking like, by the way, going by CUDA core count and all that, whatever. We might see 4080 prices dropping, non-super, 4080 non-super prices dropping. You could find yourself a killer deal. Who knows? Not always the case with Nvidia cards, but if you're planning on going with an AMD card, ignore everything I just said. Showtime, they're not criticizing Z690. They're just talking about RAM compatibility between Z690 and Z790. But they do the first time buyer stuff. What happened? Huh? What happened? No problem. So, well, Mikey, I'm glad you got me. What I'm asking, and I should have phrased it in the form of a question. R.I.P. Alex Trebek. Are you thinking you want to go with an AMD GPU? Whatever I would recommend. Then I recommend waiting. Okay. I recommend waiting, and that's not a cop-out. It is legitimate advice. You are literally less than a week away from a major announcement from Nvidia. And if you go out and throw your money at them right before that, you might be kicking yourself on Monday. Although what we're going to get on Monday is a bunch of first-party charts, first-party graphics, right? First-party tables of things saying, hey, we're this much faster than that other thing, right? Whatever. However, it's the first-party review, third-party reviews, yes, from the likes of Gamers Nexus and Jay's 2 Cents, Paul's Hardware, Line's Tech Tips, all of those guys. Hardware Unboxed. If you want exhaustive reviews, Gamers Nexus and Hardware Unboxed are the ones to look at. But it's going to be embargoed. So here's how it's supposed to work, according to what has been said. The way it's supposed to work is that they're going to be announcing GPUs on Monday, potentially launching the first run of 4070 Supers on the date of the announcement or at the end of that week. And then a week later or so, you may be looking at a 4070 Ti launch, and then the week after that, 4080 Super launch. I said 4070 Ti launch. I meant 4070 Ti Super launch. And then the week after that, the 4080 Super launch. So this doesn't mean on Monday they're going to be ready to available for purchase. It means that you're going to know more. We will know more at that point. And then right when each launch is happening is when all the reviews will come up for that particular GPU. So 4070 Super launches, reviews for that are going to come out that day or the day before. Depends. AMD, it's usually the day before. Nvidia, it's usually the day of. And what they'll do is they'll want them to review the their sort of their in-house GPUs, okay? And then the day after that, they can release reviews of AIB cards, the board partner cards. It's not my favorite habit. It's because they're kind of taking business away from their AIB partners. Aw, Ruru, yeah. So anyways, that was a whole lot of ways of saying that if you decide to wait, which is the sensible thing to do, in my opinion, you're in for potentially, depending on which GPU you would get, a couple of weeks of waiting, but this is something you're going to use for years. So future you will thank past you for being patient. That's just my opinion. Which, to be fair, you did ask for. Wait until the third parties get a hold of them and shred the promotional hype. I'm just, look, Steve is great. He really is. He is very good at what he does. But I think we all know he can come up a little bit sanctimonious sometimes. But I do get a kick out of it whenever some manufacturer tries to push something as some big upgrade and it's like not great and he calls it a waste of sand, because that is very satisfying. Because let's be honest, the hype machine from hardware manufacturers is real. It is significant and it is frustrating, and it pushes a lot of people who do not need to be upgrading to upgrade before it's necessary. Like, they will cause, if you're not familiar with this stuff, even me, even I get caught up in it. I've been building my own PCs for 25 years. I was even in the IT industry for a decade. Do you think to the point to where you get fatigued with all this stuff? Never happened. And I get caught up in the hype. So, where was I going with this? That's not rhetorical. I genuinely don't know. Anyway. Oh, yeah. No, Steve. I was talking about Steve. He does such a great job of just disassembling the hype. The marketing. He's so good at that. And there are other content creators, of course, who are great at that as well. But he sort of specializes in that. Did you guys see the Starforge Systems review? It was pretty good. A couple weeks, I can wait to see the testimonials on them. Excellent. Good on you. Okay, so just to let you guys know over in the YouTube chat, I'm not intentionally ignoring you guys. It's just that it turns out so far tonight, all the people I've helped out so far have been in Twitch chat, meaning I'm glancing there more often and seeing, as a byproduct of that, seeing other people's chats as well. I need to pay attention to YouTube chat too. Splitting my attention like this is not my favorite thing about streaming on both platforms. Multi-streaming is not for everybody. I'm still trying to decide whether it's even for me. But doing it this way means I have the VODs on YouTube where people can reference it. So it's likely that I'm going to continue doing it this way. Anyway, so what we're going to do, we're going to go here. And we're going to change this back to, we're going to change it to a different color. Because we did sort of say that you're going to wait. And we're going to do that color for people who are waiting. Okay. Now, let's keep going. Chief Huncho. Actually, let me look at what your budget is. $2,000. And... oh, Chief Huncho, it's more than a month was your answer. Okay, here, I'll go here so you can see it. Here's the thing about that answer when you're willing to wait more, or you're thinking about waiting more than a month. to do your thing, check this out. Look at what the rest of that option says. And there's a lot of these. So the whole point of me putting this is to keep you from submitting your form before it's really necessary. But the answer is, the response reads as such. It's whether you're willing to make your purchase within a month or within a week, right? Whether you want to make your purchase really soon or you're going to do it sometime this month. The third option is more than a month from now. And in parentheses, it says, you should just wait and get a recommendation when you're ready. And seeing that there's GPUs launching in less than a week, you can see why. A lot can change in the industry in a month. Any recommendations, any time I spend on this right now with you, and any of your time that you spend, which thank you for spending it on me. That makes me feel really nice. You're kind of spinning your wheels, wasting your time right now. You don't want to do that. Things can change quite a bit by that point. And also at this point, I look at the budgets too, right? So anyone at $2,000 or higher should wait for the announcement. If you look at the description of the stream on YouTube, it says, I'm probably not gonna make that many recommendations on these streams because Nvidia's coming out with new GPUs in less than a week. So now for Nemo Liver here, the budget is less than $1,300. That means that it's not really you won't really be able to do something like a 4070 Super anyway. So the upcoming GPUs don't affect you really. Nvidia, unfortunately, is not too keen on marketing to the very plentiful amount of people who are looking for budget or lower mid-range systems. It's a huge market. That is a lot of people looking for stuff around that price range, and Nvidia hasn't really been too keeping up with that as well as, say, AMD. But anyway, I digress. Let me get all of these situated like they should be. It's really annoying when it does that. Okay. So looking at this, there's a lot of people at that budget that should be waiting for the... Oh, Roby. Roby was trolling, by the way. We're going to make that one bright red because it's his brand color, all right? Anyway. But looking at this, we have more than a month here, more than a month here, and more than a month here. All four of these, you don't need to be... I put that there so you would not submit the form, but y'all did anyway. That's okay, but stuff might change in the next month, so... You get a Robitech you get Robitech pre-built from China. I'll get to work. I'll get right to work on that. I remember that combo. Cherokee Vapor says, just wait till you start streaming on Kick as well. No thanks. That place seems like a hot mess and has seemed as like a hot mess since day numero uno. I'm good. Thanks. I'm sure it's fun. I'm sure everything's great, but 2 platforms is plenty for me. I can barely even do social media on 1 platform and make videos on 1. Like streaming to 2, all I need. Or Chaos says, Twitch is a better platform for streaming, but discoverability is bad on Twitch and YouTube, even worse on YouTube. But YouTube is what people use more for the edited VODs. I mean, discoverability, if you're making other content on YouTube, is excellent. And the reason I still stream to YouTube is because that content stays there forever, and then the timestamps here will help. But right now, we don't have any really helpful timestamps to do because we're waiting on this one, and we're probably going to be waiting on a lot of these. I think I should move directly to... Oh, Gary Lee Laster wants to go Team Red. I thought you meant the red marking here. If you want to go with AMD, sure. We can get you taken care of. That's not a problem. You are doing a parts list. Okay. So I'm not sure out of this list who is here. Nemo Liver, I can help you out. You're looking at a $1,300 budget, pre-built. Not a problem. We can do that. That's, I think, more than just that budget right there. Oh yeah, I guess it is 4,000 or more, so I guess he could. All right, Mikey, you got it. I just saw your message there. Let's totally do that. So I've already got you in gray here that you're going to be coming back. I should probably have a legend here showing what these each mean. Bodyguard, Twitch is I see why people were talking about streaming. The culture of Twitch is really cool. Like they built it up over since Justin.tv. It's been a long growing culture that's really, really cool. It can be hard to get noticed on Twitch. The way to succeed on Twitch, people will have traditionally said, you need to also be making videos on YouTube or doing Instagram Reels or TikToks or whatever, because discoverability on Twitch is lackluster. He did. Also, Showtime, he showed off a Falcon Northwest Threadripper build. Chief Huncho. Okay, so I just saw the 2 messages there that you're here and you can bump it up to 2,500, but you're going to go with the advice of holding off. Let me go ahead and make your adjustment though. There we go. So is Nemo Liver still here? Please give me a highlighted message stating that you're here. I saw you earlier. I see your name popping up in chat. I know you're here. Showtime. Falcon Northwest is the GOAT of SIs currently. There's a lot of good system integrators. They're the best for certain people, for sure. And for those people, there's no other option. Seriously. I'm running everything on a Falcon Northwest PC right now, and I never thought I would have one. Like, it's just because they are very pricey. And that's, when you look at what you get, it makes sense. That's the thing. Like, pricey doesn't mean it's not a value. Depends on what your values are. Value is subjective. If someone wants a lot of RGB or they want a case that's not a Falcon Northwest case, they can't really go with Falcon Northwest by design. That's by design for Falcon Northwest. They only use their own cases. They don't have a ton of RGB. They have RGB where it counts, but it's not a lot if that's what you're looking for. If you want to customize your parts, you have some selection limited to specific brands, specific pieces that have been thoroughly tested and sussed out by Falcon Northwest. And they don't really use just any parts that you want, like some system integrators will allow. Are iBuyPower PC good? If you buy directly from the system integrator and you get a PC that is well suited to your needs and your budget and all that, yeah, they are. There are some ones that you can look at on Amazon or Newegg that I just would not recommend, or like at Best Buy. I usually would recommend you go directly to the system integrator. But as for, wait a minute. I'm remembering now, because you're in here asking questions, and I was like, wait a minute, haven't I recommended a specific PC just for you? But I remember you said that your budget changed well after the fact. And that's, with other people waiting, it's hard for me to help with. But if we get through the list, if everyone's taken care of, I can go back to it, okay? Coggle, that's probably just not going to happen. The pricing structure, you have to remember, they have R&D on their own, on the airflow of their own cases designed directly by Kelt Reeves, the owner of Falcon Northwest. I mean, like, there's a lot of cost built into that. And the kind of warranty that you get, where they'll pay for overnight shipping to them and back to you for the entire first year of owning your PC if there's ever a problem where they need to work on it directly. Like that's baked into the price. It's not free. It's baked into the price. So, but that's also the amount of confidence that they have in their systems. So, they don't do sales. They don't do coupon codes. Like, if they had a coupon code, you don't think they'd be part of Operation Code Braythorn if they did coupon codes? They just don't do it. And I talked to them about that. He's just like, we've never done it. We're not going to do it. And I'm like, okay. Can't fault you for that. You do you. Nemo, or is it Nem Oliver? Is it Nem Oliver? by the way, guys, if I mispronounce your name, please try to give me a phonetic explanation of how your name's pronounced. I don't like mispronouncing names. Is it Nem Oliver or Neem Oliver or Nemo Liver 10? It's your turn. I see that you're in chat. I appreciate a lurk. I certainly do, but not when your name's on the list. Origin is also a pricey SI. Well, I mean, they're a boutique builder, like Digital Storm, like your Alexander PCs, like, well, I'm not going to say Overkill because they're I mean, they build some really nice things, but they overprice a lot of the mid-range stuff, like ridiculously. Okay. And Bodyguard, I don't want to be too hard on you here. But just to be clear, you had Cuddles spend time making a PC recommendation to you? I'm guessing after you had me spend time making a PC recommendation to you? And you were wanting, after having me spend time doing it for free, and then having my editor, Cuddles, and also the moderator of the entire Discord, and also he's a mod here, but he can't really show up anymore like he used to. It's his schedule. Have him spend his personal time for free helping you with a PC recommendation. You were going to have me again spend time making another PC recommendation to you. Does anything seem wrong about that to you? You guys need to value our time a little bit more, I think. Well, not you guys, but some of you guys. And it's very specific here, but if you've had us make 2 separate recommendations for you, that's usually double what most people get. You understand what I'm saying? Cuddles knows what he's talking about. He and I have discussed this. He hasn't been building PCs as long as I have. I've been building PCs since before he was alive. He's a young guy, okay? He's in his early 20s. But I've been talking to him about this stuff for like 3 years now. He knows what he's talking about. And it's by my metric. If he took his time out of his day to make a recommendation for you, yeah, you can get that one. You got all you need. And I'm not trying to give you a lecture here, but we used to have a rule once in the previous streams when I used to do this before. If you've been through the process, that's it. Other people need help too. I honestly, I should be packing right now for CES. I'm so stressed about that right now. But I told you guys I'm going to stream on Thursday, and I'm not going to stream next Tuesday or Thursday because I'm going to be in Vegas, so I didn't want to miss this. And it's a little bit of a slap in the face when you go to my most trusted person, take his time, and then come back to me to get more of my time and ignore the help that they gave you. I'm not yelling at you. I'm not having a rant or giving you a lecture here. I'm trying to help you understand that, I mean, every techie in the Discord is a volunteer. It is a volunteer position. I cannot afford to pay them to do it. And I don't know if they get tips or anything like that. I would love that if that was the case. But these are real people who are not doing other things when they're helping you. And I feel like that's... Okay, Bodyguard. Yeah, I don't think you have any room here to protest because you literally told me, you said, are iBuyPower PCs good? You said, are iBuyPower PCs good? If they were not, would he have recommended it to you? You're telling, if you ask me and everybody in chat if they're good, you're saying Cuddles recommended a PC from there. I don't trust him. I don't know. I don't trust him. I need to know again. I need to have verification yet again. I'm not confused. I'm definitely not confused. I have a very clear understanding of what's going on here because it happened a lot in the past. Okay? We're done. You've gotten 2 recommendations from us. You have all the information you need. Any more information you need, you can watch the videos. But nobody disrespects Cuddles. Even if indirectly. You took his time and then you said, I find that personally offensive because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. And I trust him implicitly. You guys should too. I don't talk to anybody else about PCs as much as I talk to him about it. Okay? He sees every video and edits every video where I give advice. And he edits out a lot of stuff you guys don't actually hear where I ramble on and on about PC, just rambling PC knowledge. Okay? And he's like a sponge. I know you're new to buying gaming PCs. However, you're being a bit greedy with the free help you're getting, okay? If Cuddles makes a recommendation, it's like me making a recommendation, okay? He basically runs the whole Discord. And not to take away from the other techies who are there. They're amazing, okay? Anyone who gets the title is vetted by me or by Cuddles. You don't just, yeah, I'd like to do it, and then we give you the title. That doesn't work that way, okay? So guys, if you took someone's time to get a recommendation from the Discord, please consider that, that's the word. That's it. They're knowledgeable people in there. They know what they're doing. They're giving of their time with no reward other than helping people, okay? And if you toss that aside, I'm not going to go as far as to say you're not welcome here, but you should be fine, okay? That's what I'm going to say. You should be fine. But if I feel like anyone disrespects my techies, and especially Cuddles, even if it's just out of ignorance or worry, okay? You don't have to worry if he's made a recommendation for you. That's it. That's it. That's all I'll say. Sometimes you can do things like that without meaning to, okay? Especially if I'm telling you, hey, that's not okay. And you're like, yeah, but I was just asking. I'm just asking. No, you're undermining my partner here, the guy who helps make all of this happen. So words are the thing that you should be careful with. Anyway, that was pleasant. Okay. And in all that time, sorry, guys. I'm sure I lost viewers from that. But I will always stand up for Cuddles. Always. I will back him up. That was me backing him up. Everyone in here now knows if you get advice from Cuddles, it's like gold. He's a busy guy. He has a full-time job. He is also taking college courses. He edits the videos. He does all the editing that takes the most amount of time. I do the polishing. I get to do the fun stuff, okay? He does all of that, and he helps in the Discord. His time is like gold, and his advice is awesome. So just understand that whenever and I'm not telling anyone to not make requests or post in the forum. Just understand that the people who are helping you out, because I've seen people be directly rude to my techies, and they're banned like that with no recourse. There would be no swarm without the techies. There would be no tech questions forum without. I don't have time for it. I used to, before I was a full-time content creator. I used to have time for it. I don't anymore. They make it work. And even an indirect, I just need to make it clear when something like that happens. That's all. So I'm going to do a last call here for Nemo Liver or Nem Oliver. Okay, hey Braythorn, if I send in my current PC build, do you do recommendation videos on parts? I can do an upgrade thing. Yeah, it's one of the options in the form that it just posted right before what Bodyguard said there. Here. Upgrade is one of the options. It's either pre-built, parts list, or upgrade. I don't have a place there to put all your parts, but like I wouldn't want that in the form anyway. Just understand that you need to have a full parts list with all the specs so I know where upgrades could happen and where they would benefit you. All right, we're back to it, guys. Sorry. I get very, you know, like, it's one of my favorite people in the world. You know what I mean? You always gotta, you know, recognize. I recognize him as a critical part of me and what I do. So I will always ferociously back that man up, 100%. Yeah, just you know, in your interactions with people, be sure to value their time. That's all I'll say. Yeah, we're cool. We're fine. Okay, so we're gonna move on. Goat Perry is another person. Goat Perry. Didn't I see your name here somewhere? Damocles, here's what I would say to that. Damocles in the Twitch chat asked, what if you're undecided between pre-built or parts list? That is not something I can advise you on. And it's not something I should advise you on. What I will say is that there are numerous resources for you if you're feeling like you want to do a build yourself. And the reality is you'll save money because you're not paying for the service of having someone build your PC. And also you're not paying extra for the unified sort of warranty that you get when you get a pre-built. However, if you're just starting to dip your toes into this and you're really uncertain about getting into DIY right off the bat, that's okay. It can be very intimidating. You just need to decide for yourself whether you're like, you know what, I can watch videos, I can follow instructions, this is fine, I can do this. Then you can get the one of the things people do worry about is getting things that are all compatible. I can do a parts list for you, and then you can feel confident that you have all compatible components. The DIY or pre-built thing, that's all you. You decide what you're comfortable with, and because of the amount of money that you can usually save going that route, I would say, yeah, it's worth it. However, and that's just if you're on the fence. If you're not on the fence and you're thinking you want pre-built, that is not intended to persuade you to do DIY if you're not comfortable with it. My priority is to get you guys into PC gaming and help you get into that. And if it turns out to be a gateway to DIY, more the better. But whatever you're comfortable with is what I want for you. There's no personal sort of agenda that I have here. I will say though, if you're looking to get something with like a 4090 in it, you kind of have to go pre-built because buying them at retail is a nightmare right now. They're like marked up 40 or 50%. So there's other elements to keep in mind. If if it's a really high budget build and you want a 4090, it's almost impossible to go DIY right now. So there's nuance to it that I can't really get into unless I know what your budget is and that kind of stuff. Do you think you'd enjoy taking the time and building it yourself, or would you prefer a system that is put together? Oh, you're asking that. 117, actually, people can be undecided on anything. Everybody's different. And honestly, that is a very common thing to be undecided on. Because you might be intrigued by DIY, but nervous about it. People are great at being undecided on things. I myself am a great example. So, you know, don't underestimate people is what I would say. Okay, nothing from Goat Perry. Robitech. Is Robitech here? What's up, humanity? How's it going? Welcome back. Always happy to see you. I always feel weird saying so. Like, that's what naturally comes out when I see someone that I haven't seen in a while. But, I mean, humanity's here all the time. But I always feel weird going into that because some might perceive that as me guilting someone for not having been here for every minute of every stream. Please. Life is a real thing. I barely watch streamers. I generally don't have the time, and I feel bad about that because some of them are people I know really well and really enjoy interacting with and being around. Yeah, but Damocles, there's guides for all of that. I mean, more than you could possibly watch. So, I mean, and you can pick your favorite creator and go that. Heck, I have build streams where you can sit there for like 5 or 6 hours watching me agonize over every little bit of that. There you go. I need to work on my camera setups for those things to get close-up stuff when I do it, but yeah. Okay, Sashiro95. Sashiro95. That's interesting. We are working our way through here, everybody. We're working our way through the list. Christos Leet says, not gonna lie, down the line I want to upgrade my Alexander PC parts, but I love my EVGA 3080 too much. And I'm super scared of messing up the pins trying to upgrade the 12700. Well, I'll say this. If shipping wouldn't be an issue for you, I'm sure you could talk to Alexander PC about doing the physical upgrading for you. But as long as you don't like drop stuff into the socket, you're generally not going to mess up an LGA socket. You do need to be gentle with it, zero insertion force and all that. But you can watch video after video of people doing it. Their exact techniques, how they hold it from the corners, how they like place it, how they put it in place, all of that. It's all there for the watching. If you're the type that can take something from that. There's some people who can watch a million videos about doing a thing and then not feel comfortable about doing that thing. I apologize, Lord Brayathorn, for not being here every stream. I don't care about that as long as you apologize for not always calling me Lord Brayathorn. Christos, I'm going to show you something. See that? I am not making that happen. I have essential tremors. I have for decades. Well, since my mid to late 20s is when it really set in. Okay? It's not Parkinson's for me. It is just essential tremors. But the symptom is similar in this fashion, right? It's not severe, but sometimes I have worse days. And I had to mostly give up any fine soldering work, which is... I used to love working on electronics, but because I'm practiced at putting in CPUs, it doesn't tend to be a problem because it's mostly a large motion of just putting it there and then making sure the arrows are in the right corner. You got the gold arrow on the CPU matching up with where the arrow is on the socket, and then you drop it in. That's it. It's not too bad. Showtime has bad hand-eye and only see with one eye. I built my PC and it's working great. There you go. I can't speak to what will help you grow, but you're the only one on YouTube in this segment. That I do know, and that actually bothers the heck out of me. I wish there were more. I don't care if someone, like, well, I don't want someone to take like my catchphrase or whatever, and like my exact formula, but I want more coverage on pre-builds. And that can only help consumers more. But yeah, System Integrators Weekly was the best thing ever. I agree. And whenever I talk to another content creator, they're like, yep. And I've had a few ask me like, hey, can I cover pre-builds? I'm like, please do. nobody watches a video and they're like, oh, I'm so full. It's not like buying a car where you do it once for years and then you're done. The more varying opinions you get on something, the better. I'm not the ultimate authority on this stuff. I'm just the only one talking about it. And because I've been doing it for years now, I do sort of have more of a familiarity with the industry. Mark S, by the way, because Sashiro95 did not respond that I saw, make sure you're highlighting your text. On Twitch, it's by using channel points to highlight your message. In YouTube chat, just put @Brayathorn and it'll highlight that for me. Mark S is Mark S here. Yeah, I mean, basically, the thing is, I'm not a massive content creator, relatively speaking. And honestly, my growth slowed quite a bit in 2023 because of the long hiatus that I took in the beginning of the year to move, and then the complications that arose from that, trying to build a set, all these things. I was down for like 3 months from posting content and streaming. It slowed the channel a lot. The algorithm was like, forget you then. And I'm like, oh, cool. Thanks, YouTube, who says that we're able to take vacations and time off if we need. Anyway, 3 months is kind of extreme. But even then, you have to think about it. Say Gamers Nexus reviews a pre-built PC. Well, let's think about their audience. Their audience is focused on DIY, laser focused by design. Gamers Nexus has cultivated that, and more power to them. I love to see them reviewing PCs, but a lot of their viewers watch those to watch system integrators get roasted. That's a thing, is it will get more views if it's a negative review. You know what? That's an assumption on my part. I can actually go and look at that and see if that's true or not. So I apologize if that's incorrect, but it's an assumption on my part. Sorry. The thing about it is, because most people who are watching those Gamers Nexus video are DIY centric, and the videos are complex enough that the average person just looking for some advice on a pre-built is going to be like, yo, that's way too much. I don't need to know all that. I just need to know if it's good, right? That means that a video of mine, if they put up a pre-built video and it gets 100,000 views, and I put up a video about pre-builts that gets 5,000 views or 10,000, right? There are more people in my audience that watched that video that are actually wanting to buy pre-built than there were people in the audience of that Gamers Nexus video. And system integrators recognize that. That's why iBuyPower reached out to me when I was at like 4K subs. They were like, you're doing this thing that no one else is doing this. And I'm like, I don't know why. Why don't they all do it? Why doesn't anyone else do this? But hey, it worked. And that, to me, that helped me take my mind off of growth. And it helped me focus more on making useful content. I think GN reviewing pre-builts helps people decide if they want to buy from an SI. Their pre-built reviews can sometimes Steve will hyper focus on a small mistake, and that is to the benefit of the system integrator more so than the viewer. It helps light a fire under their ass to be like, we need to work on our processes. Okay. I actually spoke with Nick, who's the CEO of Starforge Systems, and I said, hey, congrats on having a positive review on Gamers Nexus for your pre-built. That's crazy. And he was like, yeah, but but the guy who did the motherboard prep didn't remove the plastic from the thermal pad. I was like, I know, that's happened to me before. That can happen to anyone, but yeah, you guys need to make sure that doesn't happen. And there were a couple of loose screws, and he was like, we have actual drivers, like bit drivers, that are set to a specific torque that shouldn't have happened. And I'm like, well, just add one little step where you just go over it with the handheld screwdriver and make sure it's at the right torque or something. That's it. That's all you need to do. And so they take that and they're like, we need to do better. But some people who are anti pre-built would take that and be like, all pre-builts suck. It's like, shut up. You tell me as a builder yourself, you've never made a mistake. Really, please tell me that. and then build 13 PCs in a day with no errors, and then come talk to me. Braithorn, I left the peel on my own onboard audio chip. That's not a huge deal, but yeah, we all do it. Convenience and peace of mind with warranty covering multiple components with one company to deal with rather than several. Yeah, that's... Poppy Seeds, no one else does this because you're the best. Most of them haven't necessarily heard of me. Although I've been surprised that some content creators, like last CES, I had Scattervolt walk up to me and be like, dude, Bray, I love your stuff, man. And I was like, what? I love your stuff. What? It's really fun moments when that happens. It really is. Oz Talks Hardware. It's the same thing. Bodyguard says, what do you like most about pre-builds, Braithorn? What I like most about pre-builds is that they are the best gateway for those interested in DIY. It is the ideal gateway into DIY. It was my own gateway into DIY, the family computer. So why should that be different for anybody else? It helps people get into the hobby without a ton of pressure to do a different hobby they don't want. You want to have the hobby of PC gaming? You don't have to have the hobby of PC building to do that. You can go that route if you want, but with pre-builds and good system integrators out there, and there's plenty, you have a lot of options. Moving on, Mark S did not say anything. So, one slow F80. One slow F80. Where are you at? I know I'm doing this too soon because I'm yammering too much. One slow F80. We all had a Tandy 1000, baby. Tandy 1000. That's where I played. That's where I first played Space Quest, King's Quest. Oh yeah, Math Blaster. Didn't care as much for that one. 6 years old. 6 years old when we got that. I was hooked. I didn't quite realize it until, much later when we stuff changed, lifestyle changed, parents divorced, things like that. And then much later, we could have finally afforded a PC. One of my first jobs was going to work at this local shop that was building PCs. And I watched somebody, before you got cases with standoffs pre-installed, I watched some, I didn't watch them do this, I would have stopped them. But there was someone who was like a potential business partner for the owner. And he came in, he's like, I could build a PC. He goes in and he screws the motherboard directly to the chassis. And I didn't see him doing that. He was like, well, I was like, well, he says he knows what he's talking about. Sure. And we just hear, he killed a $3,000 computer. Does taking apart a VIC-20 count as DIY? It's like the reverse of DIY, right? Putting it back together, I think, is it? No, you know what? It counts as curiosity, that's for sure. Or the Acer Nitro was cheap and didn't perform all that well, but hey, it's a start, right? Will Immortal, thank you, I appreciate that. You really are worth far more than your current sub count. Well, as long as I'm able to do it full time, that's all I care. Sub count is, well, I mean, it should spike this year with pre-built rebuilt. That's going to bring in a whole different audience of people who bought their pre-builts earlier and they just want to upgrade them. And hopefully it'll get more people to subscribe. I have about 70 to 80% of my viewers not subscribed for most of my videos. But having something like that is what keeps people around. Imagine me giving a really old DOS computer in the age without internet and a 3-inch manual with nobody telling you how to use a command line interface. Some people couldn't program the time on their VCR. I read that manual. Yeah. Syntax error in, King's Quest and Space Quest. Syntax error. I hated seeing that. Just do what I tell you. I was a kid. Okay, next person, since one slow F80 did not respond. NASA Nerd. That sounds promising. NASA Nerd. And I feel like I should have worn my NASA shirt. NASA Nerd is in the Twitch chat. I just went at NASA and you popped right up. If you're lurking, I appreciate the lurk, but now is not the time to lurk. Oh, the days of Sierra Online. Oh, yeah. That's one thing. Okay, I don't know how many of you guys watch the Game Grumps. They're my favorite Let's Players. I've been watching them since, well, I've been watching Aaron Hansen, Ego Raptor, since Newgrounds, like his first Newgrounds post. Okay, Metal Gear Awesome. But anyway, oh wait, what? When was that? I'm back. Don't know what I missed. We'll try to see it on YouTube, but work is busy. Gonna drive home soon. MMX, skip me for now. Hopefully, I'll see you next time. Oh, okay, when was that? I feel really bad for yammering so much, man. Yeah, that was. That was at 22:45. That was 9 minutes ago. All right, well, maybe they'll come back on. Okay. Well, Leisure Suit Larry, I didn't really get to play that. I was single digits in age, so I didn't get to play that one. Okay. Next would be X Mystics. X Mystics, hello. It'll happen, man. More folks needing legit PCs. Kids want PCs for the VR. You're gonna be the guy. I don't need to be the guy. I just want to be a guy for that stuff. Like as long as I'm helping somebody and I'm still in a position to make a difference within the industry, because I think I saw this earlier and I didn't. Well, basically, one of my favorite things is when I've had system integrators tell me, like, we watched your stuff, we made changes. That was some helpful insight, because when you're trying to run a company like this where hardware margins are razor thin, okay? PC hardware margins suck except for a very few components, which is why I can't begrudge a system integrator making a profit on a power supply, okay? Like, you got to keep the lights on. You got to pay your people well. You have to take good care of them, you know? I want that for them because they are building the PCs you guys are using, okay? But some companies will pay to have someone like me come in and evaluate and scrutinize their processes and make changes. But I just do it. I just go, like, my first interaction with Meta PCs was when I was looking at their site and they had this huge red bar across the bottom that just said add to cart and the overall price, and it was blocking off like 1/4 of the screen. And I was like, what are we looking at? Like ultra widescreen movie style? This is like trying to build a PC through an anamorphic lens. It's like it took up a lot of the website space. And they're like, oh yeah, oh that sucks, and they fixed it like the next day or something. That feels really good. It's going to affect every single person's experience that goes there from then on. That feels amazing to do that. Like, it humbles me. It's humbling that I can just say stuff. And then they're like, no, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, it does. It does? Awesome. Love that. I got a 5700. Like 5700 XT, a Ryzen 5700. Oh, for a graphics card. You do say for a graphics card. What are you trying to do? What's your budget? I don't know enough to really make that recommendation. X Mystics, are you here? Please put in something in chat with a highlight on. If you're in YouTube chat, highlight my name, put @Braythorn, and I'll see your message. If you're in Twitch chat, use channel points to highlight your whole message, please. X Mystics. Gary, you're going to be next if they don't sound off. Bray was more of a where in the world is Carmen San Diego age. I do remember playing that, actually. Prince of Persia. I remember that in middle school. They had that. They had Apple computers in middle school. And I don't remember the model. Because I look, just because I've been doing computer stuff for a long time doesn't mean I've had my finger on the pulse of the industry that whole time. I didn't really have money to be buying a bunch of computer stuff, but I was always really into them. And once I could start building stuff or whatever, that was saved allowance and side, chores or whatever. But I remember being in computer lab with Apple computers and playing Prince of Persia, and it blew my mind with how smooth the animation was. I've literally been called over to a family friend to help them change the input on the TV as they had an issue with their cable. Yeah. You know how many calls I get where it's like, my mom's in her late 70s. So she's like, the cable isn't working, the cable's broken. And I'm like, did you press the little button that has a box with an arrow coming out of it? No, I did not. I did not press that button. It says that the cable is disconnected. It says no signal. What am I going to do with no signal? She's not that dramatic, okay? She knows. She actually used to program. She used to be a programmer in Belgium with the giant punch cards, okay? She was a computer person. But technology moves faster than sometimes the human brain can comprehend over the decades. All right, bodyguard, have a good one. Patrick, if you're looking to upgrade your GPU, wait until Monday when they announce the new GPUs from Nvidia. Literally less than a week from now. And we'll see what the pricing is. You may be able to cop yourself one of the new super cards, like a 4070 Super. It should be a substantial increase in performance over a 4070 for nearly the same price. I mean, $100, $150 more, whatever. We'll see. So yeah, I would hold off until then if you're just looking for a GPU upgrade. But if you're upgrading your GPU, make sure your power supply can keep up. Look at what the recommendation is for your power supply wattage, and make sure yours meets that standard. What would you do with it when I get my new rig? Oh, my 710 GT with Ryzen 3 had my mom order me something. I lended her money now it's since 2021, probably not worth anything right now. What would you do with it when I get my new rig? Take it out, set it aside. You can use parts for troubleshooting. Like if you're not getting a picture on your monitor, you can pop out your nice new GPU, put in that GT710, and test the video. Christos, Braythorn, gonna dip out, but send a message to Cuddles with a list of places to check out for your stay in town, as well as their distance to the convention center, and ease of travel to and around town. Good Lord, that's very helpful. Send some fun activities when not at the show, and contact so you take out and grab some food. Bring TJ along as well. TJ has meetings like every night. That dude is popular, but duly noted. Also, I don't recall who recommended the Red Dwarf to me last year, but it was amazing. That deep dish pizza, I still remember it. But have a good night, and we'll check that out. Thank you very much for the information. I understand people's frustration, but if techs are booked, all you can do is be patient. Says Showtime. Who's booked? What? The days of having to use a paper cipher wheel to access your adventure game or call a toll number to get hints, said Coggle. Yeah. Right. Should I go AMD or Intel CPU for gaming? If it's only gaming, I mean, Amari, if all you're going to do is demand information and not provide any information, like your budget, because that's super critical to that question. But I would say get a 7800X 3D if it's simply a gaming computer only. If it's only for gaming and you're not going to be doing any programming, code compiling, content creation, anything like that, 7800X 3D. Without a budget, that's the recommendation that you get. Try to best. Lazy Me thought she could just order me something instead of directly giving me my money back. GT710 is more of a display adapter than a GPU, if I'm being honest. Braylon, sorry, it was related to an earlier comment. I work tech support for a major cable company in Canada. I worked for an ISP actually as a field technician for a while, mostly enterprise though. But after a certain point, of course, but I did enterprise ISP work out there, and enterprise is a whole different animal. Let me tell you. Similar issues though. Someone like, I don't know. I've done also just IT work like that, and someone goes and they go to try to power their PC by pressing the power button on their monitor, and they're like, it's just a black screen, and it's like you didn't turn on your computer. Yeah. 400 for the CPU. If you're near a micro center, you can get a 7800X 3D for that. But You have to have a motherboard that works with it. Okay, that would mean upgrading your motherboard and the RAM. I don't know if you have. Let me see. Did you say you have a 5700? So what you would want to do? No, that was somebody else. That was somebody else. Okay, for the CPU, if your budget's 400, you can usually find a 7800X 3D for that price. Just keep in mind you have to get a motherboard that can take that, an AM5 motherboard, and you need to get DDR5 RAM. But it's the best gaming CPU for a just gaming computer. Okay, Gary, let's go. Let's do your thing. You want to go all AMD, right? Let's get back into this because it's getting late. We do only have one more form after this, so, and that one might be one that I say wait for the announcement from Nvidia because it's at $2,000. But Gary, you specifically said you want to go all AMD, so Nvidia announcements mean nothing to you, and I totally respect that. That's totally fine. I wonder if I could. I'd have to use a Nvidia broadcast for that. And I don't have it set up. Anyways, whatever. Okay, so Gary Lee Laster says they're going to order it within a month. So you're still within a month. I mean, you'll still see the announcements. I don't think it matters, though, if you're dedicated to getting all AMD, which I'm totally fine with. $3,000 budget. You do live near a Micro Center, but you don't want to get your PC there. But wait, you're doing a parts list. I'm going to be honest. It makes a lot more sense to get your parts from Micro Center, because if you need to return or replace a part, you just go to Micro Center. You don't have to ship it or anything. I would still recommend going through Micro Center if you're doing a parts list. Order it within 2 weeks. Purpose is gaming and streaming. Okay. 7800X 3D can still do that. I just wouldn't use it for content creation, like video editing. At 14. Oh, no. I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, this is why I need to highlight them like this. Sorry, I bumped up one. That's my bad. There we go. Okay, that helps. Okay, parts list within a month. Streaming, content creation, and video editing. You see why that's important? Now, you didn't list gaming. Is gaming still on the board? Is gaming something that you're going to do with the PC? Just curious. Oh, the Charlotte one hasn't opened it yet. Do we have a date for that? Let me see. Well, this doesn't seem to help very much. Opening by early 2024. Guess what it is now? It's early 2024, Micro Center. Oh, this is very jank. Are we about to get a tour? Anybody seen Lawnmower Man 2? Particularly 2, because it had more stuff like this. If I'm not mistaken. Or Hackers. Of course, it's not all like weird graphics, but it just feels Uncanny Valley, I guess. If this is a full floor plan, that's pretty sick, actually. One thing I don't really go into too much with Micro Center, they have just pre-builts ready to go, and I should remember that. Instead of specifically picking parts and having everyone pay $150 or $250 if you get it with an AIO, I should be looking through the pre-builts sometimes. I feel like that's a pretty major error on my part. Last I heard was end of March or early April. I guess that's technically still early 2024. Anyway, so if we're going PC part picker, that's totally fine with me. Because you can still probably just take, if you do, and because you said you'll get it within a month. I mean, if you wait longer than that, you can still technically take this list in and just be like, here you go. I want these parts. So, content creation, editing, streaming, and I have a high-end AMD PC that Micro Center built for $4,000 last year. So why do you need this one? Oh, yeah, I believe so. Oh, hey, okay. So, Rome, here's the thing. With your budget of $2,500, what I said for most of the people in that list, and why I skipped to Nemo Liver or Nem Oliver or whatever, is because at that budget, you should wait until Monday. We're talking less than a few days from now to hear the to hear the announcement, the keynote from Nvidia, what those cards are going to cost, when they're going to be launched. And they should all be launched by the end of the month, most likely. Okay? So we're talking about the 4070 Super, 4070 Ti Super, and 4080 Super. 4070 Ti Super is probably within your budget. 4080 Super is probably going to be like $1,350 or something, $1,400. So that might be a bit much, but it could probably still fit in your budget either way. So for budgets $2,000 and up, my recommendation is to wait until we know what's going on. And with yours, you said you were going to buy within a month anyway. So you're not ready to buy within this week. Might as well wait to do this whole rigmarole until then. And you'll be in the list. Okay. Okay, my question was, though, if you have a high-end AMD PC from last year, Gary, this is what I asked you earlier. What do you need this one for? Is this specifically an editing PC? That's I asked you earlier, what do you need this PC for? I mean, I know the use case is right there, but my question is, are you going to have a 2 PC setup? Because if that's the case, aside from how much VRAM you get, you don't need to get yourself a super crazy GPU, as long as it has a good amount of VRAM and all that. So, curious. Okay, so strictly an editing rig. Okay, so you're going with a dual PC setup. That's important for me to know. Because what might work out better for you, if you already have a high-end AMD PC, that's also probably pretty good for editing with some minor adjustments. A streaming PC can be way less than $3,000. Essentially, you need a GPU just for encoding your stream. You need enough cores in the CPU to be able to encode your stream, have your cameras, your capture cards, things like that. You can end up saving a ton of money if you just make minor adjustments to your gaming PC so you can edit on that. Because if it's a high-end AMD PC, it's probably pretty good for editing already. Now, here's my question to you. You list one of your use cases. If this is a streaming PC, where are you going to be streaming? On YouTube or Twitch or both? Or Kick, I guess. Canada Computers is the closest thing you guys have to Micro Center, yes. And they're pretty good. I've never been inside one, but I've looked at their website. They have a solid selection. Of course, if you want a pre-built, you could always just go with quoted.tech. They're really good. I've gotten good feedback on them. And of course, Kevin is just super nice guy. Okay, if you're going to be streaming on YouTube, we can go with a 7000 series Radeon GPU because it has AV1 encoding, which YouTube does support. Excellent. Because if you were saying you're going to say Twitch, I was going to say you need an Nvidia GPU, but you're not, so that's fine. Unless you're going to use, software encoding with your CPU, which is a whole different kind of build. Okay. So, we're going to come in at significantly less than $3,000. But what I'm going to do here, can you tell me how much RAM you have in your high-end AMD PC, your gaming PC? How much RAM do you have in there? 32 gigs DDR5? Because the RAM that we get here is not going to be for the streaming PC if that's the case. We would get a 64 gig kit of RAM, or you could even go higher. You can go for is it 92? I'm gonna do the math. Whatever. Yeah, 92. You can go for a 92 gig kit, which is crazy, because they have those 48 gig sticks. Or is it 96? It's 96 gig. Oh, man, whatever. Yeah, 96. No, it's 92. It is 92. Yes. 45, 80, plus 6. Oh, no. Whatever. Don't listen to me when it comes to math, all right? Off the top of my head. Sometimes I can't math right. Okay, great. So that's more than enough for your streaming PC, which is where that RAM should probably go, because we'll get you a 64 gig kit for your gaming PC. And what CPU is in there? Oh, I really should ask that, because if it's a 7800 X3D, that's not going to be good for editing. But a 7950 X3D can be very good for editing. And you said you wanted a 7-segment display on the motherboard. A 7900 X3D. Really? They went with that? So my issue with the 7900 X3D, and the reason I was angry with AMD, is it's not the one I would have gone with. It's not a bad CPU, but it falls behind both the 7950 X3D and the 7800 X3D in gaming, because instead of going 8 cores with 3D V-cache and 4 cores of on that CCD of just regular overclockable cores, they went with 6 and 6, so it has fewer 3D V-cache cores than the 7800 X3D, so it isn't quite as good. So what do we do here then? Well, we could do the full budget and get you a solid video editing machine. The new AMD encoding works fine, IMHO. I tested it with recording at 6,000 kilobits per second for a Twitch example with my 7800 XT. It's not that, or Chaos, it's also support. I haven't looked into it for a little bit. Since the launch of the 7000 series, but support in various streaming softwares was not really that good yet. But there should be specific support for AV1 on Radeon cards in OBS. So the reason I look at that, or Chaos, you and I don't do things as the average person would. Like, we get in the weeds when it comes to technology and the setting up of said technology. Your average person is going to want to just turn on NVENC, call it a day. And you know that's true. So if they're streaming to Twitch, that's kind of the meta. NVENC. It's easy, it's quality, it's very good. But with something like your 7000 series Radeon cards, there may be a little bit more setup required. I don't know if there's an automatic drop down thing in OBS for that. I got my first 7000 series Radeon GPU just a little bit ago with the Avatar card. I haven't had one to mess around with. Showtime, if you're looking for AI stuff, several of the prominent AI, if you're looking at, like, say, what's one that specifically requires tensor cores? Poppy Cruz, what's up? Okay, thank you. I should get back to the build. Okay, so I think what we'll do, we'll leave that one. We'll let that PC be the gaming PC. Let's build you a video editing PC. Okay. So that would mean a 7950X if you're going AMD, right? I missed it, didn't I? I'll just put it here. Is there a thing for features here? No. Oh, hold on. Does this say McLaren something? McLaren orange. I have a local powder. Well, you went all out with that other powder coater to color case if needed. If you're looking for McLaren orange, you're going to need to do that, yeah. All right, if you're trying to do that, I need to ask, what style of case are you thinking? Like, are you thinking something kind of... You already mentioned that, Gary? It's already up here. I got it. 7-segment display. All good. Well, alphanumeric. Okay. So if that case, you might be talking about something like the OLED, the OLED display on, like, the Maximus Formula board. Things like that. Expensive motherboards have that. So, yeah. So when you say alphanumeric, do you mean a 7-segment display or like an OLED that shows just a screen there? If you're talking about the 7-segment, like the square numbers and potentially letters, yeah. That's just so you know, that's usually how that's referred to if that's the type you're looking for. Let's see here. Let's try to stick to perhaps... Look at Asus first. Okay, this is what I'm talking about right here. Here, let me zoom in for you. Oh, cool. That's very useful. That right there. Okay. That used to be a pretty common feature on even mid-range and dipping into budget boards, but unfortunately they basically put a price tag on it. Not super stoked about that. Haven't been for a while, but it's okay. Are we thinking? What's going on? Yes, that does have it. Cool. Pro Art. Wait. You're kidding me. The ProArt creator-centric board does not have a 7-segment readout. Asus, what are you smoking? You don't think a content creator might want to have an error code that they can refer to? In a $500 motherboard, a $500 motherboard doesn't have it. Because this is the one I was thinking of. This is exactly the one I was thinking of. Okay? Because it's for content creators. Okay? Like, you have USB 4 right here. Okay? You have plenty of fast USB ports there. 10 gig Ethernet and a secondary 2.5 gig Ethernet Wi-Fi 6E. This is what I had in mind. And they didn't put it on here? That's ridiculous at this price point. Yeah, no, anything under $500 doesn't have it. Okay, so we'll look at another brand. Because that is nonsense. I'm sorry, I'm actually legitimately upset at this. Oh, God, great pictures, guys. Way to go, PC Part Maker. But pretty sure this doesn't have it either. Because, I mean, if you're not spending $700 on your motherboard, you don't deserve it. Oh, my God. Just, yeah, no, they don't have it on there either. Okay, and how much is this one? It's $420, sure. Well, or Chaos, most of them have debug lights, but a 7-segment is, it's more immediately useful. I mean, you get actual codes and how to refer to them. You have a table of what they mean and all that. It's such a useful thing. So which one? The PC Velocita. Well, we got to make sure you still have good I/O because you're going to be connecting a lot of devices to it. I do love the live mixer board. That thing is so sick. Where is that motherboard? Does the live mixer have it? Because you wanted an orange color, right? This would match the case really well. No, of course it doesn't have it. Why would your super special edition motherboard that it's admittedly it's only $150 on sale right now, but still. You know how amazing that would have been for a build in an orange case? Look at this thing. You know what? I'm going to look. Yeah. Okay. So I've been speaking highly of Gigabyte motherboards for a while. Okay. Let's see if they're any better. Nope. Yes, for their $450 motherboard. Was this some kind of gentleman's agreement? Like, this is one of my favorite looking motherboards, and I guess I just never noticed it did not have a 7-segment display. Like, look at this thing. It's gorgeous. Nope. How about the Uralers? No, this is not expensive enough to have it. All right, let's check it. Check MSI. Let's check MSI. Okay, so yeah, so the MPG Carbon does not have it. And that's because, guys, clearly it's like $320 to $350. Of course it doesn't have it. But if you go up to $450, it's right there. Nothing under $400 has it that's on PC Part Picker. I'll have to look up specifically the one you pointed out. Look at that I/O though. It's great I/O on this thing. That's a Carbon Wi-Fi. X670E. And of course the Ace has it. Yeah, of course. I mean, if you're paying $690, you deserve it. Get out of here with that. Okay. Oh, PG Velocito. It might actually just be there. It might be right there. No, still not here. Why did it correct it to that then? Oh, that's what it's called. Okay. Wait. That's why it's not showing up. They don't have it for X670 and B660, B650. Yeah, this isn't compatible with. Yeah, they don't have it in AM5. They have Z690, but you want Intel? We can do that. I can go Intel if you want. Are you feeding me bad information? Am I being trolled right now? First off, it's PG, not PC. I do appreciate you putting something there, but they don't. If you have one tucked away somewhere, please let me know. If you know where I can find one. A brand new word, monopole. Okay. But if you want, we can go with 5000 series Ryzen, because then you'll have it. But I would suggest being on the newer platform so you can upgrade it over time. So what was the cheapest one? I think it was the MSI, wasn't it? For 450? Yeah, the carbon Wi-Fi. Well, let's just do that. I'll have it there. I'm just verifying here. X670E AOS Master does have it, and then of course the one that's under $400. Why would you even bother? You don't deserve a 7-segment display, peasants, because you didn't have $70 more. Yeah. And the Asus one. Yeah, it was $459. It's about the same, so it comes down to preference. Do you prefer the X670E-E for $459, or do you prefer the X670E Carbon? I actually wouldn't go with this one, and I'll tell you why. Stay on AMD. Sure. Okay, just that motherboard's not available for 7000 series Ryzen, it seems. The reason is because it's a streaming PC. I'm assuming you're going to have an internal capture card. By the way, guys, I may be getting a review sample of the new internal HDMI 2.1 capture card from AverMedia, which I can't tell you what a W it is to have a streaming company wanting to have me show off some of their stuff or talk about their stuff, evaluate it, because of the sheer number of people who actually want to do streaming. Nearly half of the people who've done requests want to stream, so that's a W for sure. But yeah, after 570 it was dropped, but not for Intel, just for AMD. So it's going to be the Asus or the MSI. But here's what I was saying. The reason I was saying not this one is because you have two M.2 sockets here instead of one. That moves your GPU slot down another PCIe section there. So that means that the big old like cooling element is going to be pushing down more. You do have two slots here, but basically your capture card or whatever you put in there is going to be blocking the fans a bit more because it got pushed down. So I would probably go with the Asus X670E-E. I'm gonna go and select that one, but of course it's your parts list. You can change it to whatever you like. I'm just so upset that they don't have it on the Pro Art. That is legitimately disappointing. Let's take a quick peek at the I/O on this thing. Oh, good, they did put one there. Look at the I/O on that. That's awesome. Look at how awesome that I/O is, man. For a streaming PC, you're gonna have to connect a lot of devices. Your audio interface, your any camera stuff, any stream accoutrement, like your maybe 1 or 2 stream decks if you're gonna have one on each side, whatever. I don't know. And just like random, just various USB devices, external capture cards as well. I don't know what kind of stream you're talking about, but maybe it's one of those like drummer streams that has like 11 cameras, but this is a good motherboard. Man, I love seeing that. 2.5 gig Ethernet is more than enough for what you're doing. Wi-Fi 6E is great as a backup, plus of course provides next gen Bluetooth, everything he needs right here. We spent a lot of time on that motherboard, didn't we? Dark Force 2008, absolutely. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Mr. Guillotine, since I might want to get into streaming at some point, I'm hoping the 7600 XT ends up getting released. I know right now it's AV1. AV1 is mostly YouTube, but I know others are supposed to implement it eventually too. We can't predict what Twitch is going to do, because when asked directly about this, the CEO of Twitch was a little bit evasive. So there wasn't like a just straight up yes or no. Okay, so this is also going to be for video editing. So we want okay, 64 gigs and say it ain't so, man. Is it really true? Okay, no, there we go. Okay. Kingston Fury Beast RGB 64 gigs 2x32 DDR5 6000 CL36. That is respectable right there for 230. Okay, yeah, that's a good kit right there. Do you care if the RAM has RGB? It's not much more, actually. As a matter of fact, matching memory with no RGB is actually like $1 more. You're a sim racer, right? You do need all that. You need all the. Well, I mean, your sim rig is being plugged into your gaming PC. Hopefully, plenty of I/O on that. This is good RAM right here. I'll always stand by Kingston, man, and it's from personal experience. Like, it's the most stable. Like when I've had instability issues with DDR5, I swapped it out for Kingston, and it was like, okay, you're good. I'm like, really? And that doesn't mean they're all like that. That's just my personal experience. Okay, capacity 2 terabytes. $980 Pro. SN850X is nice. I really like that one. I've used one myself. We want the one without the heat sink. You just don't need it. You don't have something on the board just for that. Okay, let's go to the brand. There we go. Oh, that is okay. This is without a heat sink. Perfect. 2 terabytes, very fast, everything you need right there. CL32 is $9 more. I mean, if you're worried about that, then sure, you can grab that. I mean, it's not going to be that much less stable. It should be fine. Oh, nice. It's the Renegade 2. That's a really cool look. I do like that RAM. That's actually what my RAM looks like, but I'm running 7200 on Intel. Yeah, no, that was a good catch. Okay. Wait, what are we at so far? Okay, so you might be tempted to get another 7900 XTX. You don't need that for this PC. But if you're going to be doing video editing, I guess having the 24 gigs of VRAM would not be a bad thing. So if it's within the budget, it's within the budget. Let's see if it is, though, because we still don't have a case, a power supply. We had to spend a lot on the motherboard, but I probably would have done that anyway for streaming, editing, and all that. So maybe 7900 XT still gets you 20 gigs of VRAM. Look at this XFX Speedster Merc for $759. All these cards, yeah. Okay, $759. That's the price to beat. That might look good if you end up going orange with the case, right there. You have that streak of color right there. Pretty nice. Unless you just want to go sort of monochrome. I will say I did a build with this it was a 7900 XTX, but it was the same model of GPU, and it's very clean. But you basically have your pick here. You can go Sapphire, never a bad choice, really. They're usually very reliable. And the ASRock ones I've heard good things about the ASRock ones. ASRock models. The backplate is silver. It is. I didn't say black. I said monochrome. Whereas this one has like streaks of red through it. This one has this orange and yellow and purple bit right here, which again would look really good in an orange case. I'll let you choose because it is a parts list after all. We're just speccing the thing out. And boy, oh boy, we are running out of budget here, so I do need to be a bit careful. I wonder if under colors they have orange. Let's see. There's black and orange. Let's just look for straight up orange as a color, and it doesn't look like they have that as an option. Wait, purple and blue. Which one's that? I'm sorry, this is for me. Oh, I guess it's the front panel is purple. That's pretty sick. Sorry, that's just me. Okay, so black and orange. Oh, of course it's Be Quiet. And the Cougar Blazer, NZXT. Really? There's no price on it. That doesn't help me out. Wow. Wow. Oh, dude, this would be sick right here. Cuddles has the Cougar Conqueror for his PC, and it looks amazing. Of course, being an open air PC, there's more cleaning involved. There's this Planetary 5000X RGB. This is the Cougar Conqueror 2, the sequel. And there you got your black and orange. What do we think? Let's get a bigger picture. It's a little off the wall. It is. For a video editing PC, might be a bit busy. Okay? For when I was building Shadowfax, and I was choosing my case, I'd actually already bought a View 51, but then I saw a Cougar Conqueror and I was like, oh, I kind of want to go that route, but I also really want a white PC build, so it was my first white PC build. Demondred says Seal 32, 6400 mega transfers per second, 32 gigs is a sweet spot. This isn't a video editing PC. You got to remember the details. That's my job, is remembering the details. Now, I do understand that AMD did the unthinkable. AMD chose to do something they did not do with the previous generation, where it stayed at 3600 being the sweet spot for 5000 series and I think 3000 series Radeon CPUs. They, from one AGESA to the next, in order to accommodate up to 8,000 megatransfers per second, they changed the sweet spot in that AGESA to 6,400 megatransfers per second. However, when it comes to video editing, capacity is king, okay? And I would rather have more stable 64 gigs with the previous AGESA, which is something that I was going to specify here, rather than going with the new hotness that should never have been. Coggle says, are there pets to worry about poking parts? That's a good question. Montec King Pro 95, do they have it in orange? I know you said that you have someone that can... See, I looked for orange because you specifically requested it. King 95 Pro. Looks like there's a reddish orange. They call it red and black, so it would not have showed up otherwise. Man, I just love their blue color. But you can go with red and then have someone powder coat it in your orange, and it'll be easier to achieve the color that you want because you won't have a black or a white underneath altering the final product. Okay, sure. I think in that build, if there's a vertical GPU bracket, something like that, this would be a really cool looking GPU for that. But there also was the other one that had red lines through it, but they were very fine, like very subtle. So it's not a huge deal, honestly. Okay, we're at 2588 and 74 cents. So we need a power supply. Let's just, in order to accommodate extra overhead for when you're doing, your rendering stuff or exporting, and also to offer upgrades down the line, we can do one of two things. Well, I mean, we can go with a 1,000-watt power supply pretty much, but we might have enough room to go up to a 7900 XTX. It's just, you're talking about adding about $250 to the price, maybe $300. So... keep in mind, everybody, when you see a wattage, a nominal wattage rating on a power supply, meaning like, hey, this is what it should do. That doesn't mean that's what it's drawing for power all the time. That's just the capacity that it has. And it provides power as the system requires it. You'll usually be at about half of whatever is rated right there. Now, one quick thing I want to check on this, because the A1000G was previously a really good PSU. This one's pretty good too, really good too. And I want to make sure that it has enough PCIe 8-pin connectors, and it looks like it does. But it also has 12VH PWR, which doesn't mean anything to you. That doesn't really matter. But it also complies with the ATX, ATX 3.0 standard. So yeah, you have 3 there. You can have one go to your CPU. Or it's 2 and 2. Let me check on the GPU and see what it has for its power connectors. It's probably going to be 3. Oh, I still need to get a cooler. We still need to get a CPU cooler. Dang it. Bray, I 100% agree with you on their blue cases. Love the look of them. If you watch my how to set up your new PC video, I put the Avatar 7900 XTX card in there, and it's like choice. I didn't have the vertical GPU bracket at the time, but I do have it in there now, and it looks sick. Now, it's not a perfect match because it's a gradient on the GPU, but it does fade into kind of exactly the right color near the ends. That's it. That's the picture we get. I don't want to click on either of those. Why do they still think we're shocked that they have opposing fans here? It's like, it's the thing that everyone does now. Like, whoopity-doo. That doesn't show us what we need. That doesn't show us what we need. We need to see the other side of it. It is still hidden. All right, well, I'll just go to the site and see what it says under specifications. Okay, this is dual 8-pin power connectors because we didn't go with the 7900 XTX. Gary, it really seems like you had a lot of the stuff in mind already for what you wanted here. And that's fine with me. I like that. That's good. Overclock. It means overclock. So whatever the standard rating for the silicon is or the memory, they put a larger cooling solution on there, and then they raise the frequency for it. So yeah, it gives a little bit of extra performance, depending. It's varying. So this power supply is fine. Okay. Any specific requests for the CPU cooler? Also, we need to check something. 1 second. Let me go over here real quick. Never trust new Egner. I mean, I'm saying that just with something specific, but 1 second. Yep, figures. Okay, does this thing include, because it's a Pro, it should include the fans. Yes, it includes fans. So what you're looking at here is going to include all of these fans, including all of these, except for the back one, are reverse airflow. So that gives you a better aesthetic while still providing the intake that you need from those openings. So let's go with a 360 millimeter AIO. Unless you want to go air cooling, it sounds like you have some things in mind already, so let me know. Let's see, for the motherboard we went Asus, right? No Corsair easy, but then I mean, go with really good whichever one you want. Okay. You know what? EK Nucleus. This thing's a monster for cooling, and looks awesome too. Plus, you have daisy-chainable fans, but they're actually with just cables. They don't do any of the clicking into each other kind of magic. But the cooling capacity on it is excellent, and I can highly recommend it. Unless you want to get the Ava Unit 2 Evangelion AIO, sure. It's just about twice the price, if not more. So yeah. All right. That's just my recommendation. EK Nucleus, excellent AIO. That's your build. Look at that. Look how close we got to the budget. $29.22. Now, I did not include an operating system because you can just install Windows and get a key from my YouTube sponsor, VIP CDK deals, for like $20 instead of like $120. So that's easy enough. And of course, you have the fans that are already included. There were no fans on the top, but that's because that's where your radiator goes, and that comes with fans. Done. If you want the fans to match, we can find the Montech fans to match it. I would just keep the EK fans. Those fans you don't see as much as you do the side, the bottom, and the back. So it's okay if they don't quite exactly match. And for the EK Nucleus, it should not require its own software, if I'm not mistaken. It just plugs into the ARGB on the motherboard. I could be wrong about that, but... Okay, there's your build. I'm tired enough that I'm like circling the drain. I'm happy to do it. And you know what? This sounds like a really cool looking PC. So here's all I ask of you. After you build it, put it in rigs. I want to see how this thing turns out, especially if you get it painted. What you might want to consider is finding a place that does not powder coating, but UV printing. A good UV printer can even print on the tempered glass with some transparency, so you can get a gradient going on there. If that's done anywhere around where you are, I don't know. But that would be pretty cool to add to this. Or you can have it powder coated and have them change that red to an orange. But no, that's up to you. All right, so that's that. I don't know when I started, and I haven't been putting my timestamps in here, like my times. So, well, I did for. I really haven't helped that many people today. It makes me feel bad. But we got to hang out, and that's the best. So last person on the list is Slash. Gary, are you good with it? Is everything good? You happy with it? Silence says orange was a color option for cases. You missed it. Okay, well, they specifically named a case, and there's a red color that's almost reddish orange. So if they're happy, I'm happy. The LS720 has been a great price lately. Yes. But to be fair, I haven't really had the opportunity to recommend the EK AIO often enough. It's a really good, I mean, it's like there's an improvement there. Really nice design. Circling the drain. I really am tired. I panicked last night about I couldn't find my gimbal, my camera gimbal for the rig that I'm setting Cuddles up with for CES. I had it packed away somewhere, and I panicked. I looked all night and I couldn't find it, and I was just like, well, I guess I just won't sleep. It's okay. EKAOs are great too. No complaints here. Yeah, I really like the way that they make it to where the barbs are, it's flush with the fans. It's just a super clean design, and they really put a lot of thought into making it the best AIO they could. You guys don't get in the habit of calling me that. I'm not a lord. I didn't do that thing where you buy a square foot of land in Scotland or whatever, and you're automatically a lord. But I guess I wouldn't mind having my own place to stand in Scotland or wherever. I noticed you mentioned something about CPUs having Fs in the name. Does that make them bad? It doesn't make them bad. It just means if it's an Intel CPU and it has an F in the SKU or the name, right? That means it does not have internal graphics in the CPU. What is that useful for? Well, it helps a lot with video editing because then you have quick sync, much like the Smart Access video that is now a product of AMD. Intel Quick Sync. If you have the iGPU in the processor, then the dedicated GPU can work with it for encoding. If it's just a gaming PC, what's the benefit of having a non-F processor? That means that if you have a problem with your graphics card, you can troubleshoot it by plugging directly into the motherboard to see if video pops up. I actually almost fell asleep while I was talking. If Slash doesn't show up here in a minute, although Slash should wait until the announcement for the new GPUs comes out because that's a $2,000 budget, and they're willing to wait within a month anyway for their PC, I would say that that's going to be the stream. Legis Loot says, hi, I just bought the Ryzen 7 5800X3D. What graphics card do you recommend for an upgrade? I currently have a 2060. What resolution are you playing at? 3060, 4060 if you're still playing at 1080p. Are you going up to 1440p, 4K? I have no idea. I also don't know what your budget is. Please help me out with a little bit more information. I'm very tired. If you're gonna ask for info, you gotta provide some. Hi, Legis Loot. Welcome to the stream. 1080. Okay. 3060 Ti. Or 7800 XT. 7800 XT. If you don't mind going with the Radeon GPU, which should pair well with that 5800 XT. Even that's overkill because that's a 1440p card. Well, that fit. Yeah, thank you. Actually, do need that. Well, one slow F80. I called for you earlier, and you didn't show up. You didn't sound off or nothing. Now you're here telling me to check my posture. You should check your ears. Thank you for the posture check. I do need the reminder. But it's the end of the stream now. We end at midnight. Yep, Org Chaos has got it. It's overkill for 1080p. Although the 5800 X3D is very good for 1080p esports titles, things like that. Really, really high frame rates. It's a great CPU for gaming. But yeah, okay. So real quick, one slow F80. My recommendation anyway is to wait for the announcements from Nvidia coming on Monday, less than a week from now anyway. So just hold off for that. Getting a recommendation now, it's probably going to be overwritten when the new GPUs come out anyway. The next stream is not until the 16th because I'm going to CES. Just to let you know. I mentioned that in the video yesterday that nobody watched except maybe a select few. But if you guys want to know where I'm going with all this, you need to watch that video. Also speculation on those new GPUs coming out on Monday. Basically, some of the things you guys have asked me anyway. No problem. Rogue Squid. Hi, Rogue Squid. Oh, Midoriya, I missed your earlier message. I plan on buying the Power Elite Power GPU. What happens when the new 5000 cards come out? Will I be able to upgrade from the 4? Of course you can. Now, you can't expect Power GPU to just like do it for free, but you can't always be worrying about what's coming out next unless it's right around the corner, like on Monday when the new cards come out. But the Power Elite is probably going to stay with a 4090 anyway. So 50 series cards might not come out until 2025 anyway because they're getting really low yields on the silicon for the new process. Did that make sense? I'm sorry. I'm too tired. So like my layman's term filter is not functioning, but making the silicon for the new process, the new GPUs for 50 series, it's not going well. They have a lot of it they have to just toss out. So that's probably going to be a while. That last I heard that was a few months ago though. Maybe they figured it out. Maybe it's coming out Q3, Q4 of 2025. I can't predict that for you. I have no idea. If I can go to Computex, maybe I'll hassle someone for an update. Yeah, I mean, $1,500, 4070 Super might fit within that budget. Yeah, it should. I hope. Rogue Squid. Oh, okay. So I need to get back to what you're saying. Sorry about that. Oh, Gabriel said I just bought the Azure 2 i5 13600K RTX 4070 Ti. Nice. Did you use code SWARM, SWARM, to get some discount off of that PC? I hope you did. Because that's what I say whenever I talk about Skytech, is that you can do that. Rogue Squid, definitely gonna put my name on the sheet soon. Made the responsible financial decision to blow my tax return on a new pre-built when that time rolls around. Hey, you know what? Life is hard. Game when you can. I should wait to something around. Yeah, I already mentioned that. Been lurking mostly, but enjoyed the stream. Very helpful. I'm happy to hear that. I really am. And for those of you who are lurking, I want you to know, I appreciate that, and it's definitely something that I recognize as a huge help for the stream, for the channel, all that. If you don't mind, before I close this thing off, if you wouldn't mind just dropping a little like there, just a little like right there, that little button, just that little button. If you like the fact that I help people out for free, just to make it a little easier to make that tough decision, then a like would be super appreciated. AKA high failure rates, low yields, so bad for production. Yeah, low yields, so bad for production, right? I hope there's a GPU called the 5050 so I can say its performance is mid in every sense of the term. Yeah, comme ci, comme ça. I really want to play the new Forza. I really want to eat and go to sleep. We all have our wants, I suppose. All right, guys, listen. For those of you who did watch the video yesterday, I again apologize for having this mic muted through a lot of it. And the on-camera mic had to catch a lot of it. I did my best to make it sound good. But if y'all can watch that to get an idea of the future of the channel and how you're helping make that happen, it would mean a lot to me, because I'm not just like talking about computers alone. I'm not just doing that. It didn't do too well. And it's a really important video to me. So even if you walk away, click on that video, help a guy out. I do appreciate that. And for the 3 of you that hit like, thank you for the effort. I do appreciate that. It is much appreciated. I'm talking about, of course, the YouTube stream viewers, not, yeah. Anyway, that's it, guys. Zozin, I hope you have fun at CES. Well, keep an eye out, because the goal is to publish content while we're there if possible. We're not like the big channels where we have a team of people. It's just going to be me and Cuddles, but we're going to do our best. So, regardless, I will post updates on Twitter as I can. And if I'm going to do anything while I'm there, that it's going to be live or whatever, it's unlikely, but keep an eye out on the announcements in the Discord and on my Twitter at Braithorn, and of course on the channel. And that, I think, gonna meet Coggle, rest well, have fun at CES, have a great night, everyone. Thank you very much, and you too. That's it. I watched that one, the one where you muted in OBS. Yes, that's one. Maryville made. Yes, thank you for watching that one. I appreciate it. Yeah, I gotta say, Chronos Mini i3. Realist, I don't know what your needs were, but if you got a PC that's capable of gaming for $580, you can't be mad at that. All right, guys, I'm trying to end the stream because I'm starving and exhausted. So, thank you very much for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful weekend and a wonderful week, since I'm not going to stream next week. But yes, from the bottom of my nerdy heart, thank you for everything, and thank you for making it to where I can actually go to CES. That's the big one. So, well, hopefully Computex maybe later this year. Shh, I didn't say anything. All right, guys, have a wonderful evening. Have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful week. Until next time, take care.
Let's go, nerds!